Hey guys, tonight we're diving into some of the most dangerous cursed artifacts of the medieval world. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see how many history lovers and people avoiding sleep for questionable reasons gather here from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If there was one object capable of making medieval rulers completely abandon common sense, it was a crown. Not just any crown, of course. This was the Iron Crown of Lombardy, one of the most famous and feared royal artifacts in medieval Europe. Unlike ordinary crowns covered in enough gold to bankrupt a small kingdom, this one carried a far more valuable asset, a legendary origin story. According to tradition, the thin iron band hidden inside the crown had been forged from one of the nails used during the crucifixion of Christ. Whether that story was true is difficult to prove. Whether people believed it is much easier to answer. Absolutely. And once medieval people believed something, they committed to it with impressive determination. This was, after all, an age where a failed harvest, a comet, and an unusually aggressive goat could all be interpreted as divine messages. The crown quickly became one of the most sacred symbols of authority in Europe. Kings wanted it. Emperors wanted it. Ambitious nobles wanted it. Popes wanted influence over whoever possessed it. In short, everyone wanted the crown except the people who had to guard it. To be crowned with the Iron Crown meant more than becoming a ruler. It suggested that heaven itself approved of your reign. Unfortunately, heaven seemed strangely reluctant to provide customer support afterward. Over the centuries, ruler after ruler sought possession of the crown. Many of them soon encountered disasters that chroniclers eagerly connected to the artifact. Some died unexpectedly, some faced rebellions, some lost wars. Others discovered that governing medieval Europe was like attempting to herd angry cats, while your neighbours repeatedly set your barn on fire. Naturally, the crown began attracting rumours. Whispers spread that it carried a curse. The pattern appeared difficult to ignore. Powerful men fought desperately to obtain the artifact, only to find themselves facing endless misfortune once they had it. One famous admirer was Charlemagne, whose empire stretched across much of Western Europe. During his lifetime, he appeared unstoppable. Yet after his death, his vast empire slowly fragmented into competing kingdoms ruled by descendants who often seemed to regard family reunions as opportunities for civil war. Medieval storytellers looked at this situation and reached a conclusion. Clearly the crown was cursed. The possibility that dividing a massive empire among ambitious heirs might create problems received considerably less attention. As centuries passed, Holy Roman emperors continued travelling into Italy to claim the crown. Many arrived expecting glory. Instead, they found Italian politics. This was unfortunate. Italian cities rebelled, noble families plotted, allies changed sides. Assassinations occurred with alarming frequency. Trust was often treated as a temporary condition rather than a permanent virtue. For many rulers, obtaining the crown turned out to be the easiest part of the entire process. Keeping the throne was where the suffering began, and this is what made the Iron Crown such a perfect cursed artifact. Whenever a king won a victory, everyone praised his wisdom. Whenever he suffered a humiliating defeat, lost half his territory, and accidentally started 3 new wars, people glanced suspiciously at the crown. The artifact enjoyed perhaps the greatest arrangement in medieval history. It received all the credit for success and none of the responsibility for failure. By the late Middle Ages, the Iron Crown had become far more than a royal treasure. It was a symbol of ambition itself, an object that promised legitimacy, glory, and divine favour. Yet nearly everyone who pursued those rewards discovered the same uncomfortable truth. The crown did not create power. It simply attracted people who wanted too much of it. And if there was a curse hidden within the Iron Crown of Lombardy, it may not have been supernatural at all. The real curse was convincing generations of rulers that one more crown would finally solve all their problems. History suggests it mostly gave them new ones. If medieval Europe had one universal rule, it was this. Whenever a mysterious gemstone appeared, somebody would eventually decide it was cursed. The Emerald of St. Mark was one such treasure. According to legend, this remarkable green stone found its way into the vast collection of relics and treasures held by Venice. Over time, stories emerged claiming that the emerald had an ancient and troubling history. Some whispered that it had once belonged to pagan priests. Others insisted it came from a forgotten temple somewhere in the east. A few storytellers, never satisfied with ordinary explanations, claimed demons themselves had guarded it before humans acquired it. As usual, nobody could agree on the details. The curse, however, was easier to agree upon. Venice during the Middle Ages was one of the richest cities on earth. Merchant ships arrived daily carrying silk, spices, gold, jewels, and enough luxury goods to make the average European peasant wonder whether they were living on the same planet. The city became fabulously wealthy. It also became fabulously paranoid. When fortunes were won and lost overnight, people constantly searched for explanations. If a merchant suddenly became rich, God had blessed him. If he suddenly lost everything, perhaps a curse was involved. The emerald became connected to a surprising number of unfortunate events. A merchant family suffered financial collapse. The emerald was blamed. A nobleman's ships vanished during a storm. The emerald was blamed. A political rival died unexpectedly. The emerald was blamed. A seagull stole someone's lunch near the harbour. Given enough time, the emerald probably would have been blamed for that too. The gemstone's reputation grew stronger with every new story. Some claimed that owners experienced vivid nightmares after spending time near it. Others reported feelings of dread, anxiety, or unexplained illness. Of course, many wealthy Venetians were already surrounded by enemies, political intrigue, and business competitors who would happily ruin them for a modest profit. Such circumstances can occasionally produce anxiety without supernatural assistance. Yet the legends persisted. Part of the emerald's power came from its mystery. Nobody could fully explain where it had come from. The less people knew, the more imagination filled the gaps. And medieval imaginations were remarkably productive. This was the same era that occasionally solved unanswered questions by adding dragons. The truth is that Venice itself may have been the real curse. The city was a place of endless ambition. Merchants gambled fortunes. Politicians plotted constantly. Rivals watched one another with suspicion. Wealth brought influence, but influence attracted enemies. The emerald simply became a convenient symbol for all those dangers. Yet for centuries, people continued telling stories about the mysterious green stone. Because a cursed emerald is far more interesting than admitting that greed, jealousy, and politics were usually responsible for most disasters. And unlike cursed gemstones, those problems never went out of fashion. Few medieval artifacts inspired more fascination, fear, and outright obsession than the legendary Spear of Destiny. According to tradition, this was the very spear used by the Roman soldier Longinus to pierce the side of Christ during the crucifixion. If true, it would have been one of the most important relics in Christianity. If not true, it was still one of the most successful pieces of medieval marketing ever created. Over the centuries, Various rulers claimed to possess the spear. Each version came with impressive documentation, passionate defenders, and just enough mystery to keep arguments going for generations. And where there is mystery, a curse is rarely far behind. By the early Middle Ages, many believed the spear granted divine protection to whoever possessed it. Kings and emperors treated it as more than a relic. It was a symbol of legitimacy, power, and heavenly approval. The logic was simple. Own the spear, and God favours you. Lose the spear, and things may become complicated. Very complicated. One of the most famous owners was the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I. He carried the relic into battle and won spectacular victories. Chroniclers pointed to the spear as proof of divine support. Naturally, when rulers succeeded, the spear received credit. When rulers failed, explanations became more creative. As generations passed, stories accumulated. Some claimed no owner could be defeated while holding the spear. Others insisted disaster would strike the moment it left their possession. The problem was that history stubbornly refused to cooperate with these theories. Many rulers who possessed the spear still faced rebellions. They still lost battles. They still died. Quite a few discovered that owning a sacred relic did not prevent their relatives from plotting against them. This was an unfortunate surprise for medieval monarchs, who often considered family members their most reliable source of future betrayal. The spear's reputation grew stronger precisely because powerful people kept chasing it. The more valuable it became, the more dramatic its legends became. Soon the relic was surrounded by tales of supernatural power. Some believed it could determine the fate of empires. Others thought it protected entire kingdoms. Meanwhile, the average medieval peasant was probably wondering whether the spear could help with taxes. Sadly, no such miracles were reported. What makes the Spear of Destiny fascinating is not whether it was cursed, blessed, or genuinely authentic. It is the fact that generations of rulers believed an object could guarantee victory. Again and again, they placed their faith in a relic rather than the far less exciting necessities of government. Competent leadership, stable finances, loyal allies, and armies that actually arrived when summoned. The spear promised certainty in an uncertain world. That was its real power, and perhaps its greatest curse. Because once people become convinced that a single object can solve all their problems, disappointment is usually only a matter of time. Not every cursed artifact was a jewel, a crown, or a sacred relic. Sometimes it was a book, which may not sound particularly threatening today. Most books spend their lives quietly sitting on shelves, occasionally being purchased with good intentions before joining a growing collection of unread companions. But in the Middle Ages, books were different. Books were rare. Books were expensive. Books contained knowledge that most people would never have access to. And some books were believed to contain knowledge that nobody should have access to. Stories circulated throughout medieval Europe about mysterious manuscripts filled with strange symbols, cryptic diagrams, forgotten languages, and instructions that supposedly revealed hidden secrets of the universe. Monks copied them. Scholars studied them. Church authorities occasionally worried about them. Everyone else made up increasingly alarming stories about them. One recurring legend involved books that could summon spirits or demons when certain passages were read aloud. Another claimed that some manuscripts revealed future events. Others supposedly contained magical formulas inherited from ancient civilizations. Naturally, these stories made the books even more popular. Human curiosity has always worked in predictable ways. Tell people a book contains dangerous forbidden knowledge, and they immediately want to read chapter 1. Some medieval scholars became obsessed with collecting rare texts. They travelled across Europe searching monastery libraries and noble collections for forgotten manuscripts. Occasionally they discovered genuinely valuable works. Occasionally they found books so confusing that later generations assumed supernatural forces must be involved. After all, if nobody understands what they're reading, magic becomes a surprisingly popular explanation. One famous category of feared manuscripts involved books of alchemy. These texts promised hidden wisdom, secret transformations, and occasionally the possibility of turning ordinary metals into gold. Thousands of intelligent people spent years chasing these mysteries. The results were mixed. Gold remained difficult to produce. Strange smells were considerably easier. As stories spread, certain manuscripts gained reputations for bringing misfortune to their owners. A scholar falls ill after studying a book. The book is cursed. A monastery burns down years after acquiring a manuscript. The book is cursed. A researcher spends 20 years trying to decode mysterious symbols and achieves absolutely nothing. The book is definitely cursed. Modern academics might call this normal research frustration. Medieval observers preferred darker explanations. Yet these legends reveal something fascinating about the medieval world. People feared knowledge almost as much as they desired it. Books represented power. Power could change lives, and anything powerful enough to transform a person's understanding of the world was also powerful enough to frighten them. That is why certain manuscripts became cursed artifacts, not because demons lived within their pages, but because knowledge itself can be unsettling, especially when the book seems to know more than you do, which, to be fair, describes most textbooks. If there was ever a medieval king who could make a cursed artifact seem believable, it was King John of England. Long before he became a favourite villain in Robin Hood stories, John had earned a reputation for bad decisions, political disasters, failed military campaigns, and arguments with nearly everyone he encountered. His reign was so chaotic that later generations often struggled to decide whether his problems were caused by bad luck, poor judgment, or divine punishment. Naturally, a cursed ring eventually entered the story. According to various legends that emerged after his death, a royal ring associated with King John carried misfortune wherever it went. Some claimed the ring had been blessed and then corrupted. Others insisted it had once belonged to a holy figure before falling into unworthy hands. The details changed from storyteller to storyteller. The disasters remained remarkably consistent. John inherited a powerful kingdom, but quickly found himself losing territory in France. Noble families grew restless. The church became furious with him. His treasury was constantly under pressure. At one point, he managed to anger the Pope himself. This was generally considered an ambitious mistake. Most people struggled to upset their neighbours. John expanded his efforts internationally. As his troubles multiplied, rumours spread that something dark followed him. The ring became an easy target. After all, blaming a cursed object is much simpler than explaining years of complicated political failures. The ring's sinister reputation only grew after John's death in 1216. Stories began connecting every setback to the artifact. A noble family inherited the ring and suffered financial losses. The ring was cursed. A landowner became involved in a bitter dispute. The ring was cursed. Someone misplaced important documents and spent 3 days searching for them. Given enough medieval chroniclers, the ring probably would have been blamed. What made the legend especially appealing was that it fit neatly into medieval ideas about morality. People wanted to believe that power obtained through greed or dishonour carried consequences. The ring became a symbol of that belief. Unlike magical swords or sacred relics, it represented something far more ordinary. temptation, a small object promising prestige and authority, the kind of treasure that could inspire jealousy, suspicion, and endless conflict. In reality, King John's troubles probably had less to do with curses and more to do with politics. Unfortunately for him, politics can sometimes look remarkably similar to a curse. Both tend to start with confidence and end with regret. By the late Middle Ages, the story of the ring had become part warning, part entertainment, and part moral lesson. And if the ring truly possessed supernatural power, it was remarkably selective. It never caused problems on its own. It merely seemed to find people already capable of creating plenty of problems without any assistance at all. Few medieval organizations attracted more legends than the Knights Templar. They began as a military order dedicated to protecting Christian pilgrims in the Holy Land. They ended as one of the richest, most powerful, and most mysterious institutions in medieval Europe. And whenever a wealthy organization suddenly collapses, people start asking questions. Lots of questions. More importantly, they start inventing answers. By the early 14th century, the Templars possessed castles, treasure, land, ships, and influence stretching across Europe. Kings borrowed money from them. Nobles respected them. Ordinary people viewed them with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. The order had become so successful that it eventually encountered one of history's most dangerous cursed artifacts, a heavily indebted king. King Philip IV of France owed enormous sums to the Templars. Conveniently, he also happened to control an army. In 1307, he ordered the arrest of Templars throughout France. Members of the order were accused of heresy, blasphemy, and a variety of shocking crimes. Many historians believe the accusations were largely political. Medieval politics occasionally displayed all the subtlety of a siege engine crashing through a wall. As the Templars were imprisoned and their order dismantled, a new mystery emerged. Where had their treasures gone? Some wealth was confiscated, some property was seized, but rumours quickly spread that the most valuable relics had disappeared before the arrests began. That was when the curse stories started. According to legend, the Templars had possessed sacred relics, mysterious artifacts, ancient treasures, and secret objects so powerful they could alter the fate of kingdoms. Anyone who searched for them was said to suffer misfortune. Treasure hunters vanished. Nobles lost fortunes. Explorers met untimely deaths. Failed expeditions became evidence of supernatural protection. Successful expeditions mysteriously failed to find anything, which, admittedly, is one of the safest ways for a curse to maintain its reputation. The most famous story involved the final Grand Master of the Order, Jacques de Molay. Before his execution, legend claims he cursed King Philip and Pope Clement V, summoning divine judgment upon them. Remarkably, both men died within a year. To medieval observers, this seemed highly suspicious. To modern observers, it sounds like the 14th century simply continued being the 14th century. Nevertheless, the curse endured. For centuries, treasure hunters searched for lost Templar relics hidden beneath castles, buried in forests, concealed in churches, or transported to distant lands. Most found disappointment. A few found empty wallets, and some discovered the timeless truth that searching for legendary cursed treasure is rarely as profitable as the legends suggest. The greatest Templar curse may not have been supernatural at all. It was convincing generations of people that the treasure was still waiting just around the next corner. Among the countless relics displayed in medieval churches, monasteries and cathedrals, few inspired as much unease as the mysterious object known in later legends as the Black Reliquary of Prague. reliquaries were normally objects of comfort. They contained the bones of saints, fragments of holy garments, or other sacred items believed to connect the faithful to heaven. Pilgrims travelled enormous distances just to glimpse them. The Black Reliquary was different. People visited it out of devotion. They left with questions. According to various medieval stories, the reliquary appeared unusually dark, decorated with blackened metal and strange carvings that seemed older than the object itself. Some claimed it contained the remains of a forgotten saint. Others believed its contents had been misidentified centuries earlier. A few whispered that nobody truly knew what rested inside. And as every medieval storyteller understood, uncertainty is the fertile soil in which curses thrive. The relic was reportedly housed in Prague during a period when the city was becoming one of Central Europe's most important centres of religion, learning, and royal power. Pilgrims arrived from distant lands. Clergy debated theology, merchants exchanged goods, and rumours spread faster than all three combined. Visitors began reporting strange experiences. Some described vivid nightmares after seeing the reliquary. Others claimed they felt overwhelming dread while standing near it. A few insisted they heard whispers during prayer. Now, it is worth noting that medieval churches were often dimly lit buildings filled with flickering candles, shadowy corners, painted images of martyrdom, and sermons frequently describing the torments of hell. The average visitor was not exactly entering a relaxing spa environment. Nevertheless, stories multiplied. One tale described a nobleman who mocked the relic and later suffered a string of financial disasters. Another involved a thief who allegedly attempted to steal decorations from the reliquary before dying unexpectedly months later. To medieval audiences, these events seemed obvious. The curse had struck again. To modern audiences, the connection may appear slightly less convincing. After all, wealthy nobles frequently lost money, and medieval thieves generally enjoyed life expectancies that could be measured with impressive efficiency. Yet the reliquary's reputation only grew. Clergy treated it carefully. Pilgrims approached it cautiously. Chroniclers recorded its strange history. Every new misfortune added another layer to the legend. What made the Black Reliquary so frightening was not the object itself. It was the possibility that something sacred might also be dangerous. People expected cursed swords and cursed jewels. A cursed religious relic felt far more unsettling. Because if even holy objects could become sources of fear, then certainty became much harder to find. And in the medieval world, uncertainty was often the most frightening curse of all. At least until someone discovered another suspicious artifact and started the entire process again. If cursed artifacts had a favourite hobby, it would probably be attaching themselves to extremely wealthy people. The Jewel of the Burgundian Dukes was no exception. During the late Middle Ages, the Duchy of Burgundy became one of the richest and most powerful states in Europe. Its rulers possessed magnificent palaces, enormous wealth, and enough political influence to make kings nervous. This was an impressive achievement. Making kings nervous was generally considered one of the more dangerous hobbies available at the time. Among Burgundy's treasures was a magnificent gemstone surrounded by increasingly dark rumours. Chroniclers described it as dazzling, rare, and immensely valuable. The exact identity of the jewel became blurred over the centuries, but its reputation remained remarkably consistent. People believed it was cursed, and history seemed eager to help the legend. Some cursed artifacts frightened people because of their mysterious origins. Others frightened people because they looked exactly as unsettling as they sounded. The bone cross of the Crusades belonged firmly in the second category. According to medieval legends, This unusual relic was constructed using fragments of human bone, carefully incorporated into the shape of a Christian cross. Stories differed on whose remains had been used. Some claimed the bones belonged to martyrs. Others insisted they came from holy warriors who had died in the Holy Land. A few darker rumours suggested nobody actually knew, and that uncertainty made the relic even more disturbing. The cross reportedly appeared during the era of the Crusades, when Europe was flooded with relics returning from the East. Knights, pilgrims, and clergy brought home countless sacred objects, each carrying incredible stories. Some were genuine, some were questionable, and some would have required enough pieces of the true cross to construct an entire forest. Authenticity was occasionally treated as a flexible concept. The bone cross quickly gained a reputation unlike any ordinary relic. Soldiers carried it into battle seeking divine protection. Commanders displayed it before armies. Pilgrims prayed before it. Yet wherever the artifact appeared, stories of disaster seemed to follow. One crusading force suffered devastating losses shortly after carrying the cross into battle. The relic was blamed. A noble patron died unexpectedly after financing a chapel to house it. The relic was blamed. A monastery experienced famine and financial hardship after receiving the cross. Again, the relic was blamed. The artifact was becoming extraordinarily efficient. Soon, people whispered that the cross brought misfortune because it had been assembled improperly. Others believed it carried the restless spirits of those whose remains formed its structure. Some even claimed that strange sounds could be heard near it at night. Of course, medieval monasteries were often old stone buildings filled with creaking wood, wind tunnels, and exhausted monks sleeping in large communal rooms. Under such conditions, mysterious noises were practically included in the architecture. Nevertheless, the stories persisted. What made the bone cross particularly fascinating was the contradiction at its heart. It was a holy object, yet people feared it. It was meant to inspire faith, yet it inspired anxiety. The relic seemed to blur the line between blessing and curse. And perhaps that is why the legend endured. Because medieval people understood something modern people often forget. Objects can carry powerful meanings, not because of magic, but because of what people believe about them. The bone cross became dangerous because generations of people convinced themselves it was dangerous. And once enough people believe a relic is cursed, every tragedy starts looking like evidence. Especially during the Crusades, where tragedy was unfortunately never in short supply. Church bells were supposed to be reassuring. They marked the hours of the day. They called the faithful to prayer. They announced weddings, festivals, and holy days. Their sound carried across villages and fields, reminding people that order still existed in a world that often seemed determined to prove otherwise. The Devil's Bell had a somewhat different reputation. According to medieval legend, this particular bell hung in a church somewhere in Central Europe and quickly became associated with a string of disasters that nobody could adequately explain. At first, the incident seemed harmless enough. A bell ringer fell from the tower. Then another suffered a strange accident. A storm damaged part of the church shortly after the bell was installed. The villagers became nervous. The bell became famous, as is often the case with cursed objects. These two developments occurred simultaneously. Soon stories began circulating about the bell's unusual origins. Some claimed it had been cast using metal stolen from a pagan shrine. Others insisted that a mysterious stranger had contributed materials during its creation before disappearing forever. In medieval storytelling, mysterious strangers almost never brought good news. If someone arrived wearing black robes and speaking cryptically, the safest option was usually to move to another village. The bell's reputation grew with every passing year. Whenever it rang before a storm, people remembered. Whenever it rang and nothing happened, people forgot. This is one of the great advantages enjoyed by cursed artifacts. They are rarely required to explain their mistakes. One of the most popular legends claimed that the bell occasionally rang on its own. No one touched the ropes, no wind moved the clapper, yet the bell sounded across the countryside. To frightened villagers, this was proof that dark forces were at work. To modern observers, it sounds suspiciously like the sort of thing that happens when giant metal objects hang hundreds of feet in the air for decades. But medieval people preferred more exciting explanations. Another tale described a priest who openly mocked the bell's reputation. Shortly afterward, he became seriously ill. The connection seemed obvious. The curse had struck. The possibility that medieval illnesses occasionally occurred without supernatural involvement received remarkably little attention. Over time, the Devil's Bell became less famous for what it actually did, and more famous for what people imagined it could do. That is often how curses work. Fear grows larger than the object itself. A simple church bell became a symbol of danger, mystery, and divine warning. And yet, perhaps the most frightening thing about the Devil's Bell was not the possibility that demons rang it. It was the possibility that ordinary people, hearing a bell in the night, could convince themselves that they were hearing something far worse. Because once fear takes hold, the human imagination can be louder than any bell ever cast. Among all the cursed artifacts of the medieval world, few were as unsettling as a mirror. After all, a sword can wound you, a jewel can be stolen, a crown can start a war. But a mirror knows things. At least, that was the fear. The legendary mirror of Melisande was supposedly associated with Queen Melisande of Jerusalem, one of the most powerful women of the Crusader states. Whether the artifact truly belonged to her remains uncertain, but that did little to stop centuries of rumours from attaching themselves to the object. According to legend, the mirror was beautifully crafted, framed in silver, and decorated with intricate designs from both Europe and the East. It was said to be mesmerizing. It was also said to be cursed. The first stories claimed that the mirror revealed betrayal. Not immediately, of course. That would have been useful. Instead, people supposedly glimpsed strange reflections, fleeting shadows, or faces appearing where they should not have been. Some owners claimed they saw enemies standing behind them. Others reported seeing loved ones who had already died. Several claimed they saw their own future. This rarely improved their mood. As the stories spread, nobles became fascinated by the artifact. And like many cursed objects, the mirror's appeal seemed directly proportional to the danger surrounding it. The more terrifying the stories became, the more people wanted to look into it. Human beings have maintained this habit for centuries. Put a sign saying, "Do not enter," on a door, and someone immediately begins wondering what is inside. One medieval lord allegedly spent hours staring into the mirror each night, searching for hidden messages. Before long, he became convinced that several members of his household were plotting against him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Either way, his paranoia created enough enemies to make the distinction largely irrelevant. Another tale described a noblewoman who supposedly saw signs of her husband's infidelity reflected in the glass. The resulting scandal became famous. The mirror received credit. The husband received considerably less sympathy. Over time, the artifact gained a reputation for revealing uncomfortable truths. This made it one of the most feared cursed objects in aristocratic circles. Not because it killed people, not because it summoned demons, but because it forced people to confront things they preferred not to know, or imagined things they wished they had never seen. The distinction became difficult to maintain. Perhaps that was the true curse of the Mirror of Melisande. Not supernatural visions, not dark magic, simply uncertainty. Because once a person begins doubting what they see, every reflection becomes suspicious. And in medieval courts, where conspiracies, betrayals and rivalries were already common, that was more than enough to create disaster. Sometimes the most dangerous cursed artifact is not the one that changes reality. It is the one that changes how people see it. Few medieval artifacts managed to combine religion, luxury, death, and deeply questionable dinner party decisions, quite like the skull chalice. According to legend, this ornate drinking vessel was crafted from a human skull, carefully decorated with silver, gold, and precious stones. Depending on who told the story, the skull belonged to a saint, a martyr, a defeated enemy, or a particularly unfortunate nobleman who discovered that dying was only the beginning of his involvement in the tale. Naturally, people argued endlessly about its origins. They agreed on one thing: the chalice was cursed. The artifact supposedly appeared in various noble collections throughout medieval Europe. Wealthy lords displayed it proudly during feasts, regarding it as a symbol of power and prestige, because apparently a normal gold cup was simply not dramatic enough. Guests would gather around candle-lit tables, while servants carried enormous platters of food through crowded halls. Wine flowed freely, musicians played, and eventually someone would produce the skull chalice. At that point, the atmosphere generally became much more interesting. Some stories claimed that anyone who drank from the vessel would suffer terrible misfortune within a year. Others insisted the curse only affected dishonest people. This was a useful arrangement. Whenever something bad happened, the victim could be accused of secret wrongdoing. Whenever nothing happened, the curse was simply waiting. The chalice enjoyed excellent public relations. One noble family reportedly experienced a series of deaths after acquiring the artifact. The curse was blamed. A lord lost a legal dispute over valuable land. The curse was blamed. A lavish feast ended with several guests becoming violently ill. The curse was blamed. The possibility that medieval food preservation occasionally had room for improvement was rarely discussed. Refrigeration was not among the great achievements of the Middle Ages. As the stories spread, the skull chalice developed a reputation for exposing greed. Many legends followed a familiar pattern. A wealthy noble obtains the chalice. He becomes obsessed with owning it. Disaster follows. The moral lesson was difficult to miss. Medieval storytellers loved reminding audiences that excessive pride eventually leads to trouble, preferably expensive trouble. What makes the skull chalice fascinating is that it embodied several medieval fears at once: death, ambition, vanity, and the uneasy belief that sacred things should not be treated as decorations. Whether the artifact was genuinely cursed hardly mattered. People believed it represented a dangerous crossing of boundaries. The dead were meant to rest. Holy objects were meant to be respected. Wine cups were meant to be considerably less unsettling. By the end of the Middle Ages, the skull chalice had become one of the most infamous cursed artifacts in folklore. A perfect reminder that some collectibles are best left out of the dining room, especially the ones that may once have been using it. Hidden within a remote monastery, far from crowded cities and royal courts, there was said to be an object unlike any other. It was not made of gold. It was not covered in jewels. It possessed no elaborate decorations. In fact, according to the legends, it was simply a dark stone. And that simplicity somehow made it even more frightening. The black stone of the monastery first appeared in stories told by pilgrims travelling across medieval Europe. Descriptions varied, but most agreed that the stone was unusually smooth, almost unnaturally black, and seemed older than anyone could explain. The monks guarding it offered few answers, which naturally encouraged people to invent their own. Some claimed the stone had fallen from the sky. Others believed it had been discovered in the ruins of an ancient pagan temple. A few insisted it had been carried by saints during the earliest days of Christianity, and the more mysterious its origin became, the more powerful the legends surrounding it grew. Pilgrims travelled hundreds of miles to see the artifact. Many arrived hoping for blessings. Some hoped for healing. Others simply wanted to witness something extraordinary. After all, medieval entertainment options were somewhat limited. A mysterious stone with supernatural powers was considerably more exciting than watching your neighbour argue about sheep for the third consecutive day. The trouble began when stories of misfortune started appearing. One legend told of a thief who attempted to steal the stone during the night. According to the tale, he escaped the monastery successfully. Unfortunately, he became lost in the wilderness, suffered a series of accidents, and eventually returned the artifact in terror. The curse was blamed. Another story described a nobleman who tried to force the monks to surrender the stone. Within months, he allegedly lost money, influence, and political allies. The curse was blamed again. At this point, the stone was developing an impressive reputation for protecting monastery property, almost suspiciously impressive. Monks may not have possessed large armies, but a well-publicised curse could be remarkably effective security. Who needs guards when potential thieves believe supernatural punishment is included free of charge? As the centuries passed, the black stone became a symbol of divine mystery. People feared it. People respected it. Most importantly, people left it alone. Which was probably exactly what the monks wanted. Whether the stone truly possessed supernatural powers remains unknown, but its story reveals something important about the medieval world. People did not always fear what they understood. They feared what they could not explain. A dark stone with no clear origin could become anything in the imagination of those who encountered it. A blessing, a warning, a miracle, or a curse. And sometimes, uncertainty is the most powerful magic of all. Of all the cursed artifacts whispered about during the Middle Ages, none inspired more greed, fear, and bad decisions than the treasure of the dead king. Unlike the relics and objects we've discussed so far, this was not a single artifact. It was an entire collection. According to legend, somewhere beneath an ancient royal tomb lay a vast treasure buried alongside a long-forgotten king. Gold crowns, jewelled swords, silver vessels, precious gems, and sacred relics were all said to rest beside him. The problem was that the treasure supposedly came with a curse, a very enthusiastic curse. The earliest stories claimed that the king had been buried with immense wealth to accompany him into the afterlife. Priests blessed the tomb. Guards protected it. Oaths were sworn to ensure the burial would never be disturbed. Naturally, this only made people want to disturb it more. Human beings have always had a complicated relationship with warnings. Tell someone a treasure is protected by a terrible curse, and roughly half the population immediately begins planning an expedition. Over the centuries, countless treasure hunters allegedly searched for the burial site. Most failed to find it. Some disappeared. Others suffered accidents. Several lost fortunes financing their searches. The curse received credit for all of it. One famous tale described a nobleman who became obsessed with locating the king's tomb. He spent years funding excavations, hiring guides, and purchasing ancient maps. Eventually, he exhausted his fortune. The treasure remained missing. The curse remained undefeated. Another story involved a group of adventurers who supposedly discovered the entrance to the burial chamber. As they prepared to enter, strange events began occurring. Equipment broke. Animals refused to approach. Members of the expedition became frightened and abandoned the search. To medieval audiences, this was clear evidence of supernatural protection. To modern audiences, it sounds suspiciously like a group of people realizing they were about to crawl into a dark underground tomb with questionable structural integrity. Fear can occasionally be a survival mechanism, yet the legend continued to grow. Generation after generation became convinced that the treasure existed, and generation after generation failed to find it. That may have been the treasure's greatest curse. Not death, not demons, not divine wrath. Hope. The belief that unimaginable wealth was just one discovery away. The belief that one lucky find could solve every problem. History is full of people ruined by that idea. Perhaps that is why the story endured for centuries, because the most dangerous cursed artifact is not always the one hidden in a tomb. Sometimes it is the dream that convinces you to spend your life searching for it. And somewhere, if the legends are true, the dead king is still resting peacefully beside his treasure, probably laughing. For most medieval knights, life followed a fairly predictable path. You inherited land, served your lord, married, produced heirs, argued with neighbouring nobles over fields that barely seemed worth the trouble, and hoped to avoid dying from something embarrassing. It was not always exciting, but it was familiar. The man who chose to become a Templar knight deliberately walked away from that future. The story usually began with the crusading movement that swept across Europe after the capture of Jerusalem in the late 11th century. News travelled slowly in the medieval world, but stories of the Holy Land spread remarkably far. Pilgrims returned with tales of sacred places, dangerous roads, and warrior monks who protected travellers from bandits and raiders. These warrior monks belonged to a relatively new organisation known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. Their name was long enough to discourage casual conversation, so most people simply called them the Templars. To many young noblemen, the order seemed almost legendary. The Templars fought in battle like professional soldiers. They lived under religious vows like monks. They served a cause believed to be greater than any individual kingdom. In an age obsessed with faith, honour and warfare, it was difficult to imagine a more prestigious calling. Yet the reality was far less glamorous than many recruits expected. The Templars owned no personal property. They followed strict rules governing nearly every aspect of daily life. Their clothing, meals, sleeping arrangements and behaviour were carefully regulated. Individual ambition was discouraged. Personal comfort ranked somewhere between unimportant and completely irrelevant. Before a man could even request admission, he had to confront a difficult truth. Joining the order meant surrendering much of what medieval society valued. Marriage would be forbidden. Personal wealth would disappear into the order. Future children would never exist. Family estates would pass to someone else. A man who entered the Templars effectively died to his former life while remaining physically alive. For some families, this decision created tension. Noble parents often invested years preparing sons to inherit lands and continue family lines. Watching a capable heir volunteer to become a celibate warrior monk could be a frustrating experience. Medieval fathers rarely expressed this frustration through modern family counselling. They generally preferred louder methods. Yet despite these sacrifices, thousands sought admission over the centuries. Some were driven by genuine religious devotion. Others sought redemption for past sins. Some hungered for adventure. Many were motivated by a mixture of all three. Whatever his reason, the aspiring recruit soon discovered that wanting to become a Templar was not enough. The order would decide whether he was worthy, and that examination was about to begin. Deciding to become a Templar Knight was the easy part. The difficult part was convincing the Templars themselves. Unlike many noble positions in medieval Europe, admission into the order could not simply be purchased. Wealth helped in life, as it usually does, but the brothers were far more interested in whether a man could survive within their strict system. A rich recruit who could not obey orders was less useful than a poorer one who could. The process often began when a candidate approached a Templar house and announced his desire to join. This was not treated as exciting news. No bells rang, no celebrations followed. Nobody handed him a white cloak and congratulated him on becoming part of history. Instead, the brothers immediately began looking for reasons to reject him. The order needed trustworthy men. Their castles, treasure houses, military plans, and distant outposts depended on mutual confidence. A dishonest recruit could create problems stretching from England to Jerusalem. The questioning, therefore, became surprisingly thorough. Was the candidate married? Did he owe money? Had he made promises to another religious order? Was he joining freely, or was someone forcing him? Did he suffer from any serious illnesses he was trying to hide? The Templars wanted answers to everything. Marriage represented one of the biggest obstacles. A married man generally could not become a full Templar Knight because the order required complete dedication. The brothers did not want members worrying about wives, children, inheritances, or family disputes while stationed hundreds of miles away in a frontier fortress. Debt created another problem. Imagine a creditor arriving at a Templar castle demanding repayment from a newly admitted knight. The brothers preferred to avoid such awkward situations entirely. Even social status mattered. Most knight brothers came from noble families because becoming a mounted warrior required expensive training, armour, weapons, and horses. Years of preparation were necessary. You could not simply wake up one morning, borrow a sword, and announce that you were now a professional crusader, at least not successfully. The order also watched for motivation. Some applicants arrived seeking spiritual salvation. Others genuinely wanted to protect pilgrims. A few probably imagined dramatic battlefield heroics, cheering crowds, and eternal fame. The Templars tended to be suspicious of that last group. They understood something many young recruits did not. Life inside the order was usually far more discipline than glory, more prayer than heroics, more obedience than adventure. And before a candidate could learn that lesson firsthand, he would face the most important meeting of his life, the secret admission ceremony. If a candidate survived the initial scrutiny, he was invited to participate in one of the most important and mysterious moments of his life, the Templar admission ceremony. Unlike many medieval religious ceremonies, this event took place behind closed doors. Only members of the order were allowed to attend. This secrecy later caused enormous trouble for the Templars. Over the centuries, rumours multiplied. Enemies accused them of conducting strange rituals, worshipping hidden idols, and participating in bizarre ceremonies. Most of these accusations appeared long after the events themselves, usually from people who had never witnessed a Templar reception. The actual ceremony was much less dramatic than the rumours suggested. What made it powerful was not mystery, but commitment. The candidate entered a gathering of Templar brothers and formally requested admission. This was often not the first time he had asked. The order wanted absolute certainty that he understood the consequences of his choice. The questioning began again. The same subjects returned repeatedly. Were you married? Did you owe money? Were you bound by promises elsewhere? Were you physically capable of serving? Had you hidden any information from the order? To a modern observer, the process might seem repetitive. To the Templars, repetition was intentional. A man could lie once. It was harder to lie consistently under constant examination. Once the brothers were satisfied, the candidate received a final warning. This warning was remarkably blunt. He was told that life inside the order would be difficult. The food would not always be good. The clothing would be simple. The rules would be strict. Personal desires would matter very little. The message was essentially, if you enjoy comfort, now is an excellent time to leave. No one would stop him. The order preferred losing a recruit today rather than dealing with a regretful brother later. If the candidate still wished to proceed, he knelt before the assembly and swore the vows required by the order. These promises were not temporary commitments. They were intended to last for life. The brothers then accepted him into their community. At that moment, something profound occurred. His former identity began to fade. He was no longer simply the son of a noble family, an ambitious young knight, or the heir to an estate. He now belonged to the temple. His loyalty shifted from family interests to the Order's mission. His future became tied to thousands of brothers spread across Europe and the Holy Land. And with a few solemn vows, the freedoms of his old life disappeared. The first and perhaps most difficult sacrifice was about to begin. The vow of poverty, the vow of the moment a man became a Templar, he entered a world where personal wealth ceased to matter, at least in theory. This was the first great paradox of the Order. The Templars eventually became one of the wealthiest organizations in medieval Europe. They owned castles, farms, mills, vineyards, ports, ships, and vast stretches of land. Kings borrowed money from them. Nobles donated fortunes. Pilgrims entrusted them with valuables. Yet the individual Templar owned absolutely nothing. Not his horse, not his sword, not even the shirt on his back. Everything belonged to the Order. For a young nobleman raised in a society obsessed with inheritance and status, this represented a radical transformation. Imagine spending your childhood being told that one day you would inherit lands, servants, and wealth, only to voluntarily sign it all away. Many medieval fathers probably found this difficult to understand. Some likely reacted with the medieval equivalent of, "I spent 20 years preparing you for this estate, and now you want to sleep in a monastery with a sword." The vow of poverty required a recruit to surrender personal possessions to the Order. Any property he retained became controlled by the Brotherhood. Gifts received later belonged to the temple as well. The reasoning was simple. Personal wealth created personal interests. Personal interests created divisions. Divisions weakened unity. The Templars wanted every brother focused on the same mission. A knight worrying about expanding his private fortune was not fully committed to protecting pilgrims or defending frontier castles. The rule extended into daily life. Clothing was standardized. Equipment was distributed according to need. Meals were shared. Luxury was discouraged. Even small signs of vanity attracted criticism. A brother was not supposed to compete with fellow Templars over who owned the finest horse or the most impressive sword, because technically none of them owned anything. Of course, human nature remained human nature. Medieval knights did not suddenly become saints simply because they wore white cloaks. The rule of the Templars contains numerous regulations aimed at preventing pride, greed, and excessive attachment to material things. The existence of these rules suggests the problem appeared often enough to require attention. Still, most brothers accepted the sacrifice. They believed they were exchanging earthly wealth for something greater: spiritual purpose, religious devotion, a place in a brotherhood that stretched across continents. Yet surrendering possessions was only the beginning. Many men could part with money. The next vow demanded something far more difficult. It required surrendering the right to choose their own future. The vow of obedience. If the vow of poverty stripped away a man's possessions, the vow of obedience stripped away something even more valuable: his independence. For most medieval knights, personal freedom was one of the greatest rewards of noble birth. A knight might owe service to a lord, but he still controlled many aspects of his own life. He decided where to travel, how to spend his money, whom to associate with, and how to manage his estates. A Templar surrendered those choices. From the day he entered the order, obedience became one of his highest duties. The rule of the Templars left little room for interpretation. Brothers were expected to obey their superiors promptly and without complaint. Orders flowed downward through a carefully organized chain of command, and questioning those orders was strongly discouraged. This was not because the Templars enjoyed controlling people, at least not officially. The reality was that the order operated military fortresses, protected dangerous roads, and fought wars against experienced enemies. In battle, hesitation could get dozens of men killed. The Templars believed discipline saved lives. A knight who instantly obeyed commands was more valuable than a brilliant warrior who constantly argued. The expectation of obedience extended far beyond warfare. A brother might be ordered to leave France and travel to Jerusalem. He went. A knight stationed comfortably in a wealthy commandery could suddenly be assigned to a remote desert fortress. He went. A brother hoping to remain near family might receive orders sending him hundreds of miles away. Again, he went. Personal preferences carried little weight. The order's needs came first. This could be difficult for recruits from noble families. Many had grown up surrounded by servants, privileges, and social status. They were accustomed to giving commands rather than receiving them. Inside the temple, those habits could become liabilities. A wealthy nobleman might find himself obeying a commander from a less prestigious family. Rank within the order mattered far more than birth. That was one of the reasons the Templars became so effective. On the battlefield, enemies did not care who your grandfather was. The rule even regulated surprisingly small details of daily life. Brothers required permission for various activities. Meals followed schedules. Travel followed orders. Daily routines followed established procedures. To modernize, it could appear restrictive. To the Templars, it created unity. Thousands of men spread across Europe, and the Holy Land could function as a single organization because they accepted the same discipline. Yet even obedience had limits. There remained one final vow that many recruits found the most challenging of all. Because unlike wealth or freedom, this sacrifice touched one of humanity's oldest desires, the vow of chastity. Of all the sacrifices required to become a Templar knight, none was more personal than the vow of chastity. Poverty affected possessions. Obedience affected freedom. Chastity affected an entire future. The moment a man entered the order, he gave up any possibility of marriage, children, or romantic relationships. For the rest of his life, he was expected to devote himself entirely to God and the mission of the temple. This was no small demand in medieval society. Family stood at the centre of noble life. Alliances were built through marriage. Estates passed through bloodlines. Dynasties rose and fell based on who married whom. For a nobleman, producing heirs was often considered one of his primary responsibilities. The Templars asked him to abandon that responsibility completely. No wife, no children, no descendants carrying his name into the future. When a knight joined the order, his family line effectively ended with him. The reasoning behind the vow was both religious and practical. The Church taught that celibacy allowed a man to focus more fully on spiritual matters. The Templars adopted this belief, arguing that a brother should dedicate all his attention to God rather than dividing his loyalties between faith and family. There was also a military advantage. A knight defending a castle under siege could not worry about a wife waiting at home. A commander sent to a dangerous frontier could not refuse because of family obligations. The order wanted complete commitment. Anything less was considered a distraction. The rule of the Templars reflected this concern with remarkable seriousness. Brothers were forbidden from being alone with women whenever possible. Contact with female relatives was limited. Even seemingly harmless interactions could attract scrutiny. Modern readers often find some of these regulations excessive. The Templars clearly believed temptation was best defeated by avoiding situations that might create it. Their solution was straightforward. If a problem could potentially occur, create a rule against it. Then create another rule to enforce the first rule. Then perhaps a third rule, just to be safe. This approach appears frequently throughout medieval history. Of course, the vow was not always easy to uphold. The Templars were human beings, not statues carved from stone. They experienced the same desires and emotions as everyone else. Church records and disciplinary actions occasionally reveal brothers who violated their vows. When such cases occurred, punishments could be severe. The order viewed chastity as essential to its identity. A Templar who broke this promise threatened not only his own reputation, but the reputation of the entire brotherhood. Yet, after accepting poverty, obedience, and chastity, a recruit still faced an even greater challenge. Now he had to live those vows every single day. Taking the vows was a single ceremony. Living by them was a lifelong challenge. Many young recruits likely imagined their greatest test would come on a battlefield somewhere in the Holy Land, charging against enemy cavalry beneath the blazing sun. More often, their greatest challenge came during ordinary days. The Templars lived according to a detailed set of regulations known simply as the Rule. Originally influenced by monastic traditions and later expanded over time, it governed nearly every aspect of daily life. And when historians say nearly every aspect, they mean it. The Rule covered prayer schedules, it covered meals, it covered clothing, it covered sleeping arrangements, it covered how horses were managed, it even covered how brothers should behave while eating at the table. The order left remarkably little to chance. A typical day began before sunrise. Brothers attended prayers, performed duties, trained, worked, and participated in additional religious services throughout the day. Whether stationed in France, England, or Jerusalem, their lives followed a carefully structured rhythm. Personal freedom remained limited. A knight could not simply decide to take a ride through the countryside because the weather seemed pleasant. He could not wander into town looking for entertainment. He could not suddenly announce that he needed a vacation from religious discipline. The temple did not recognize such concepts. Life was organized around duty. Meals reflected this philosophy as well. Templar food was generally simple and practical. Excessive luxury was discouraged. Brothers often ate together in silence, while passages from religious texts were read aloud. Imagine trying to enjoy dinner while someone continuously reminds you about spiritual discipline. The medieval dining experience was apparently determined to remain educational. Even clothing was regulated. The famous white mantle worn by knight brothers symbolized purity and commitment. It was not meant to be fashionable. In fact, the order actively discouraged vanity. Flashy decorations, excessive grooming, and displays of wealth were viewed with suspicion. A Templar's appearance was supposed to reflect humility rather than status. The same applied to horses and equipment. While knights required quality gear for military effectiveness, the rule discouraged unnecessary extravagance. Brothers were expected to care for their equipment, not show it off. All of these regulations served a single purpose. The Templars wanted thousands of men from different kingdoms, languages, and backgrounds to function as one unified brotherhood. Discipline created consistency, consistency created reliability, reliability created military strength. But no amount of training or regulation could change one simple fact. The Templars were not preparing men merely for orderly daily routines. They were preparing them for war. And war was where the true cost of becoming a Templar often revealed itself. For all the prayers, vows, and discipline that shaped a Templar's life, the order ultimately existed for one reason: war. Not war for personal gain, not war for land or family ambition. At least in theory, the Templars fought to defend Christian territories and protect pilgrims travelling through dangerous regions of the Holy Land. The reality, however, was far less romantic than many recruits imagined. A new brother entering the order might dream of glorious victories, heroic charges, and songs celebrating his courage. The veterans knew better. They understood that war was mostly exhaustion interrupted by moments of terror. Templar knights spent countless hours training with weapons, maintaining equipment, caring for horses, patrolling roads, guarding castles, and preparing for battles that might never come. Then, when battle finally arrived, everything happened very quickly. The order developed a reputation for extraordinary discipline on the battlefield. Unlike many medieval armies, which could collapse into chaos once fighting began, the Templars were trained to operate as a coordinated force. Their most famous weapon was the cavalry charge. A formation of heavily armoured Templar knights charging at full speed could be devastating. Horses thundered across the battlefield, lances lowered, shields locked together. The impact often resembled a moving wall of steel. It was terrifying for enemies. It was not particularly relaxing for the men involved either. The order expected its brothers to hold their ground even in desperate situations. Retreat was heavily restricted. A Templar knight could not simply decide he had seen enough excitement for one day and ride home. The rule demanded courage and obedience under the worst conditions imaginable. This expectation came with a terrible cost. Templars suffered enormous casualties throughout their history. Many frontier castles stood in isolated regions where reinforcements might take weeks to arrive. Brothers often found themselves defending positions while heavily outnumbered. Some died in famous battles. Others perished during sieges. Many disappeared into the endless violence that defined the Crusader states. The Order considered this sacrifice part of its mission. Every recruit understood that joining the Templars significantly increased the likelihood of dying far from home. There would be no comfortable retirement, no quiet estate waiting at the end of service, no grandchildren listening to stories beside a fireplace. A Templar accepted the possibility that his life might end on a distant battlefield beneath the walls of an unfamiliar city. And strangely enough, that was exactly what made the Order so respected, because everyone knew the risks, and the brothers joined anyway. Yet surviving war did not mean a Templar's challenges were over. His greatest test was remaining faithful to his vows year after year, decade after decade, until the very end of his life. For a Templar knight, the true challenge was never joining the Order. It was staying worthy of it. The admission ceremony lasted only a short time. The vows were spoken in a single evening. The white mantle was placed upon his shoulders in a matter of moments. But becoming a genuine brother of the temple took years. perhaps even a lifetime. Once accepted into the order, a new recruit entered a world where every day tested the promises he had made. Poverty was no longer an idea discussed during a ceremony. It became reality. Every possession belonged to the order. Every meal was shared. Every comfort was limited. Obedience became equally constant. A brother might spend years serving faithfully in one commandery, only to receive orders sending him across Europe or into the Holy Land. Personal preferences did not matter. The needs of the temple always came first. The same applied to chastity. The vow was not difficult because it lasted a week or a month. It was difficult because it lasted forever. As years passed, brothers watched friends die, kingdoms rise and fall, and families continue without them. The children of younger siblings inherited estates. Nephews became lords. Entire generations appeared and disappeared. The Templar remained where duty required him. For many men, this sense of purpose became the reward itself. The order provided something rare in the medieval world, a life dedicated to a single mission. A Templar knew exactly who he was, what he served, and what was expected of him. Before an Ottoman couple could become engaged, before gifts were exchanged, before families gathered for formal visits, and certainly before wedding celebrations filled the streets with music and food, one important question had to be answered. Who was going to marry whom? For most people in the Ottoman Empire, marriage was not simply a matter of personal attraction. It was a family decision, a social arrangement, and sometimes an economic partnership all at once. Two individuals were marrying, but so were two households, two reputations, and occasionally two carefully calculated sets of expectations. The process usually began with the groom's family. More specifically, it began with the women of the family. A young man's mother, sisters, aunts, and older female relatives became unofficial matchmakers. They quietly searched for suitable candidates within their community. Unlike modern dating applications, which somehow allow people to reject one another based on favourite pizza toppings, Ottoman matchmaking focused on rather different criteria. Character mattered, family reputation mattered, religious devotion mattered, household skills mattered. The goal was to find a woman who would be respected as a wife, mother, and member of the extended family. Information travelled through neighbourhoods surprisingly quickly. Women exchanged news during visits, market trips, celebrations, and social gatherings. Through these conversations, families learned who had a daughter of marriageable age, which households enjoyed good reputations, and which families might be suitable matches. Not every household received equal consideration. Families often preferred spouses from similar social backgrounds. Merchants frequently looked among merchant families. Artisans often preferred connections with other respected artisans. Wealthy households generally paid attention to wealth. This tendency is hardly unique to Ottoman history. Humans have spent thousands of years claiming money is not important, while simultaneously asking detailed questions about it. Once a potential bride was identified, discreet inquiries began. The groom's relatives wanted to know everything. Was she known for kindness? Was she hard-working? Did she manage household responsibilities well? How did neighbours speak about her family? A poor reputation could end negotiations before they ever started. A good reputation, meanwhile, could make a family highly sought after. The young woman herself was often observed carefully during social occasions, family gatherings, or community events. Direct courtship remained limited in many Ottoman communities, meaning relatives played a major role in gathering information. Only after weeks or even months of quiet investigation would a family decide whether to take the next step. If they liked what they learned, a formal visit would be arranged. And that visit marked the true beginning of the engagement process. Once the groom's family believed they had found a suitable bride, the next stage began. The formal visit. This was one of the most important moments in the entire engagement process because it transformed private interest into a public possibility. Up until now, everything had happened quietly. Relatives gathered information, neighbours exchanged opinions, and families considered their options. Now people had to meet. Traditionally, the groom's mother played a central role. Along with female relatives, she would visit the home of the young woman and her family. These visits were conducted with great politeness because everyone understood the delicate nature of the situation. Nobody wanted to appear too eager. Nobody wanted to appear uninterested either. As a result, Ottoman marriage negotiations often unfolded through a careful dance of courtesy, indirect language, and social etiquette. The visiting women observed everything. And when historians say everything, they mean everything. The condition of the home, the behaviour of family members, the manners of the young woman, how she spoke, how she moved, how she treated guests. The future bride was not expected to deliver a speech or defend a thesis on household management. Instead, she was judged through everyday interactions. Could she carry herself with dignity? Did she appear respectful? Did she demonstrate good upbringing? These details mattered enormously. Meanwhile, refreshments were usually served. Coffee became especially important during later Ottoman centuries. A simple cup of coffee could accompany discussions that might determine the future of two families. No pressure, of course. Just your entire future being quietly evaluated while everyone pretended they were discussing ordinary matters. The young woman herself often remained modest and reserved during the visit. Open displays of affection or direct conversations between potential spouses were uncommon in many Ottoman communities. This was not a romance conducted through dramatic declarations. It was a process built upon family approval and social reputation. The bride's family also evaluated the visitors. Marriage negotiations worked both ways. The groom's household needed to prove its respectability as well. A wealthy family with a terrible reputation could be less attractive than a modest family known for honesty and good character. By the end of the visit, no final decision was usually announced. That would have been far too simple. Instead, families returned home to discuss what they had seen and heard. Opinions were exchanged. Relatives debated. Concerns were raised. If both sides remained interested, another meeting would follow. And during that next stage, the conversation would move beyond impressions and politeness. It would become a discussion about whether the marriage should actually happen. If the first visit went well, the process moved into far more serious territory. The families were no longer simply gathering impressions. Now they had to decide whether a marriage should actually take place. This stage was known as the formal request for the bride's hand. In Ottoman society, this was one of the most significant moments before an engagement. A family could spend weeks or even months considering a match, but eventually someone had to ask the question directly. The groom's family would arrange another visit to the bride's home. Unlike the earlier meeting, this gathering carried a very specific purpose. Everyone present understood why they were there. Nobody needed to pretend the visit was merely social. The groom's father, senior male relatives, and respected family members often participated alongside female relatives. Age and experience carried considerable weight in Ottoman culture, so older family members frequently led the discussion. After the usual greetings and hospitality, the formal request was made. Traditionally, the groom's family would ask the bride's parents for permission to marry their daughter. The language varied from region to region, but the request was generally expressed with great respect. The bride was not viewed as property being transferred from one household to another, despite common modern assumptions. under Islamic law, a woman retained important legal rights regarding marriage, property, and inheritance. Nevertheless, family approval remained enormously influential. Marriage affected the entire household, and parental involvement was expected. Interestingly, the bride's family often did not immediately accept the proposal, even if they fully approved. In many communities, custom encouraged a degree of hesitation. An immediate acceptance could appear too eager. Families sometimes declined once or twice before agreeing later, allowing everyone to demonstrate dignity and proper restraint. To modern observers, this may seem unnecessarily complicated. To Ottoman families, it was part of good manners. Historical court records and personal accounts suggest that reputation and honour often mattered as much as the actual answer itself. The discussions extended beyond simple approval. Families considered practical questions. Would the groom be able to support a household? Did both families share similar values? Would the match strengthen existing social ties? Were there any concerns that had not yet been addressed? Marriage was expected to last a lifetime, so careful consideration was encouraged. If the answer was ultimately positive, both households entered a new phase. The possibility of marriage became an expectation. The negotiations grew more detailed. Families began discussing financial arrangements, responsibilities, and the agreements that would shape the future union. And among those discussions, one topic stood above all others: the marriage contract and the bride's dowry. Once both families agreed that the marriage should move forward, the atmosphere changed noticeably. The uncertainty was largely gone. Now came the practical discussions. And while these conversations lack the excitement of modern romance stories, they were often the most important part of the entire engagement process. Marriage in the Ottoman Empire was not simply a social ceremony. It was also a legal agreement governed by Islamic law. This meant that certain responsibilities, rights, and financial obligations needed to be clearly established before the wedding could take place. At the centre of these discussions stood the mehr, sometimes called the bridal gift. This was one of the most misunderstood aspects of Ottoman marriage. The mehr was not a payment made to the bride's father, nor was it a purchase price for marriage. Instead, it was a legal gift that belonged exclusively to the bride herself. The amount varied enormously. A wealthy merchant's daughter in Istanbul might receive a substantial mehr consisting of money, jewellery, property, or valuable goods. In a rural village, the amount might be more modest, but remained equally important. Whatever its size, it belonged to the bride. Not her father, not her husband, not her brothers. Her. This provided an important layer of financial security, particularly if the marriage later ended through divorce or widowhood. Families spent considerable time discussing these arrangements. The groom's household wanted terms they could realistically fulfill. The bride's family wanted assurances that their daughter would be protected. Neither side wanted misunderstandings after the marriage. As a result, negotiations could become surprisingly detailed. Money was discussed. Property was discussed. Future responsibilities were discussed. Fortunately, most of this happened between parents and senior relatives, rather than the young couple themselves. Imagine being 16 years old and listening to half a dozen relatives debate legal obligations for 3 straight hours. Even medieval teenagers probably preferred literally anything else. Beyond finances, the families also discussed expectations. Would the couple live with the groom's parents? Would they establish a separate household? What responsibilities would each family continue to hold after the wedding? These questions mattered because marriage connected 2 extended families, not merely 2 individuals. Once agreements were reached, confidence in the match grew considerably. The proposal had moved beyond possibility. It was becoming a formal commitment. Only one major step remained before the couple could officially be considered engaged. The families needed to announce their agreement publicly, and that announcement often came during one of the most anticipated gatherings in the entire process, the engagement ceremony itself. After weeks of discussions, family visits, and negotiations, the moment finally arrived. The engagement could be announced. For the young couple, this marked the transition from possibility to expectation. The marriage had not yet taken place, but everyone now understood that the families had reached an agreement. Barring unexpected complications, the wedding would follow. In many parts of the Ottoman Empire, the engagement ceremony was a joyful social event that brought together relatives, neighbours, and close friends. The exact customs varied across the empire's enormous territory. What happened in Istanbul might differ from practices in Anatolia, the Balkans, Syria, or Egypt. Yet the basic purpose remained the same. The two families publicly declared their intention to unite. This public aspect was extremely important. A private understanding between families carried weight. A public announcement carried far more. Once relatives, neighbours, and community members knew about the engagement, the commitment became part of the couple's social identity. News travelled quickly through Ottoman neighbourhoods. Very quickly. In fact, one of the few things that moved faster than military messengers in the Ottoman world was community gossip. An engagement announcement could spread through an entire district before the refreshments had been cleared from the tables. The gathering itself was usually festive. Guests arrived in their finest clothing. Food was prepared. Sweets were distributed. Conversations filled the house. Families who had previously been strangers now spent hours together as future relatives. For the bride, this day often carried special significance. She might receive gifts from the groom's family, including jewellery, fabrics, scarves, coins, or other valuable items. These gifts symbolised both affection and commitment. The exchange demonstrated that the groom's family was serious about the match. It also allowed them to display generosity and respect toward their future daughter-in-law. In wealthier households, the gifts could be remarkably elaborate. In humbler families, they might be simpler. The value mattered less than the gesture itself. Meanwhile, the groom's family received hospitality from the bride's household, reinforcing the growing relationship between the two sides. The engagement did not create a marriage yet. This distinction remained important. The couple still had to wait for the wedding contract and ceremony. However, from a social perspective, everything had changed. The young man and woman were now known as future husband and wife. Families began planning the next stage. Preparations intensified. Lists were made. Expenses were calculated. Relatives volunteered opinions whether anyone requested them or not. Because now the engagement was official, and the long process of preparing for marriage had truly begun. Once the engagement became official, the relationship between the two families entered a new phase. The difficult negotiations were mostly finished. Now came the preparations. And preparations in the Ottoman Empire had a remarkable tendency to expand. What began as a straightforward effort to organise a wedding could gradually involve dozens of relatives, endless discussions, and enough planning to rival a small military campaign. The engagement period could last weeks, months, or sometimes even longer depending on the circumstances of the families involved. This waiting period served several purposes. It gave both households time to prepare financially. It allowed wedding arrangements to be organised. And perhaps most importantly, it provided an opportunity for the two families to become better acquainted. During this period, gift exchanges became increasingly common. The groom's family often sent valuable presents to the bride. These might include jewellery, embroidered fabrics, silk garments, scarves, perfumes, or gold coins. Wealthier families sometimes provided exceptionally lavish gifts intended to demonstrate both generosity and status. Not surprisingly, neighbouring families occasionally paid close attention to these exchanges. Human curiosity regarding other people's finances did not suddenly appear in modern times. It has a very long history. The bride's family also prepared gifts and household items for the future marriage. Clothing, bedding, blankets, embroidered linens, carpets, cushions, and other domestic necessities were gradually assembled. Many of these items formed part of what was commonly known as the bride's trousseau. This collection represented years of preparation in some households. Young women often spent considerable time creating embroidered textiles and decorative items long before engagement was even discussed. Skills in sewing, embroidery, and household management were highly valued throughout much of Ottoman society. As the wedding approached, these carefully prepared possessions would eventually accompany the bride into her new home. The engagement period also brought increased social interaction between the families. Visits became more frequent, meals were shared, relationships strengthened. Future in-laws who had once been complete strangers gradually became part of each other's lives. Of course, this process was not always perfectly smooth. Occasional disagreements emerged regarding expenses, wedding plans, guest lists, or expectations. Anyone who has ever helped organise a large family event will find this development entirely unsurprising. Fortunately, most families worked hard to maintain harmony. The engagement represented a public commitment, and neither side wished to damage its reputation through unnecessary conflict. As preparations continued, another important question slowly moved to the forefront. Where would the newly married couple actually live? Because before the wedding could take place, a future household needed to be ready for its newest members. As the engagement period continued, attention gradually shifted toward one practical question that every Ottoman family eventually had to answer. Where would the newly married couple live? A wedding could be planned, gifts could be exchanged, relatives could celebrate, but unless the future household was ready, the marriage itself could not properly begin. For the groom, preparing a home was one of the most important responsibilities before the wedding. Ottoman society generally expected a husband to provide the basic foundation for family life. This did not necessarily mean building a new house from scratch. In many cases, the groom would live in a family home, occupy a separate section of a larger household, or rent a residence appropriate to his means. The exact arrangement depended heavily on social class and local custom. Wealthy merchants might establish an entirely new household. Artisans often lived near their workshops. Farmers usually remained close to family lands. In many cases, several generations shared the same property. Modern people sometimes imagine that every newly married couple immediately moved into their own private residence. Ottoman reality was often more crowded. Privacy existed, but it was frequently surrounded by parents, siblings, grandparents, cousins, and enough relatives to fill an entire courtyard. The bride's arrival required careful preparation. Furniture had to be arranged, carpets laid out, storage chests filled, kitchen equipment gathered, bedding prepared. The future home needed to demonstrate that the groom was capable of supporting a family. For this reason, the engagement period could become financially demanding. A respectable household was not assembled overnight. Many families saved for years in anticipation of future marriages. Meanwhile, the bride's trousseau continued to grow. The embroidered linens, blankets, cushions, clothing, and household textiles prepared by her family were gradually organized for their eventual transfer. In some communities, neighbors and relatives were invited to admire these items before the wedding. This served a practical purpose, It also provided an excellent opportunity for everyone to discuss them at length. Human beings have always enjoyed evaluating other people's decorating choices. As preparations advanced, excitement began building throughout both families. The engagement had already been announced. The household was nearly ready. Relatives started discussing wedding dates. Guests anticipated invitations. Children looked forward to celebrations and sweets. The entire community understood what was coming next. The marriage itself was approaching, but before the festivities could begin, one final legal step remained. The union had to be formally recognised through the marriage contract, and that contract would transform an engagement into a binding commitment under Ottoman law. By the time the engagement period reached its final stages, most of the major decisions had already been made. The families had met. The proposal had been accepted. The gifts had been exchanged. The household was nearly ready. Now only one crucial step remained before the wedding could take place. The marriage contract. In the Ottoman Empire, marriage was not simply a religious or social event. It was also a legal agreement recognised by Islamic law and often recorded by local courts. This legal foundation provided structure and protection for both husband and wife. Without the contract, there was no marriage. The ceremony surrounding the contract varied depending on region, social class, and local traditions, but certain elements remained remarkably consistent throughout the empire. One of the most important requirements was consent. Contrary to many modern assumptions, Islamic law required the agreement of the bride and groom for a valid marriage. While family influence could be powerful, and social pressure certainly existed, legal scholars generally emphasized that marriage could not simply be imposed without consent. This principle became especially important during the contract process. Witnesses were present, terms were clarified, agreements were confirmed. The mare that had been negotiated earlier was formally included. Everything needed to be clear. Ottoman judges, known as qadis, often recorded marriage agreements in official registers. These records still survive in many archives today, providing historians with remarkable insights into ordinary people's lives. Through these documents, we can see marriages involving merchants, craftsmen, farmers, soldiers, widows, and members of nearly every social class. In a sense, these centuries-old records preserve the paperwork of countless love stories, family arrangements, and future households. Perhaps less romantic than poetry, but considerably easier for historians to verify. For the bride, the contract provided important legal protections. The agreed mare became an enforceable obligation. Property rights remained recognised. Financial responsibilities were defined. This was one reason the contract mattered so much. It was not merely symbolic. It carried genuine legal weight. Once the agreement was completed, the couple officially became husband and wife in the eyes of the law. Yet for many families, the most visible and memorable part still lay ahead: the wedding celebrations. Musicians would arrive, guests would gather, food would be prepared in enormous quantities, relatives would travel from neighbouring towns and villages. After months of planning, discussion and preparation, the engagement journey was almost over. The formalities had been completed. The legal foundation had been secured. Now it was finally time for the celebration everyone had been waiting for. After months of family discussions, formal visits, negotiations, gift exchanges, and legal preparations, the long engagement process finally reached its destination: the wedding. For many Ottoman families, this was not merely a single event. It was a series of celebrations that could last several days, depending on local customs, family wealth, and regional traditions. The entire community often became involved. Relatives travelled from neighbouring villages and towns. Friends arrived carrying gifts and congratulations. Musicians prepared their instruments. Cooks worked tirelessly to prepare large quantities of food. For a brief moment, ordinary routines gave way to celebration. In cities such as Istanbul, Bursa, or Edirne, wealthy families could organize remarkably elaborate weddings. Processions moved through the streets. Fine clothing was displayed. Guests enjoyed generous feasts and entertainment. In smaller towns and villages, the celebrations were often simpler, but no less meaningful. The purpose remained the same: to publicly recognize the union of two families and to celebrate the beginning of a new household. The bride often became the center of attention. Her carefully prepared clothing, jewelry, and trousseau were displayed with pride. Items that had taken years to assemble were finally brought into the marriage. For her family, this moment carried powerful emotions. A daughter who had spent her entire life in one household was preparing to begin another. For the groom, the wedding marked the transition into new responsibilities. Marriage was not viewed merely as a personal achievement. It carried obligations. An Ottoman wedding feast was not simply a meal served after a ceremony. It was the main event. Long before guests remembered the details of the wedding contract or the exact words spoken during the celebrations, they remembered the feast. They remembered the dishes, the music, the crowds, and whether the host family had demonstrated the generosity expected of respectable people. In many ways, an Ottoman wedding was judged by its food. That may sound unfair. Then again, human beings have been evaluating major life events based on catering quality for thousands of years. Some traditions never disappear. Across the Ottoman Empire, from the bustling streets of Istanbul to small villages in Anatolia and the Balkans, weddings were among the largest social gatherings a family could organize. They brought together relatives, neighbours, business associates, religious figures, and sometimes complete strangers who somehow managed to appear whenever large quantities of free food became available. The scale depended largely on wealth. A village farmer might host a few dozen guests. A successful merchant could feed hundreds. Members of the Ottoman elite occasionally organised celebrations so enormous that they resembled public festivals rather than family events. Regardless of size, however, every family faced the same challenge: feed people well, very well. In Ottoman society, hospitality was considered a serious virtue. Guests were viewed as blessings, and generosity enhanced a family's reputation. A host who provided abundant food earned admiration. A host who allowed guests to leave hungry risked becoming the subject of neighbourhood conversations. And neighbourhood conversations had remarkable staying power. A failed feast could become local history. Preparation began long before the wedding day arrived. Families purchased animals for slaughter, collected spices, secured grain, and organised cooking equipment. In larger celebrations, professional cooks were hired. Massive copper cauldrons appeared. Temporary cooking areas were built. Helpers moved constantly between kitchens, courtyards, and storage rooms. The closer the wedding approached, the busier everything became. Relatives arrived carrying supplies. Neighbours offered assistance. Children ran through courtyards pretending to help, while mostly creating additional work. Meanwhile, the cooks focused on the task that mattered most: producing enough food to satisfy a crowd that seemed to grow larger every hour. As the wedding morning arrived, delicious aromas began drifting through the streets. Roasting meat, fresh bread, rice simmering with butter and spices, sweet pastries cooling on trays. Guests followed these scents toward the celebration like sailors navigating by a lighthouse, and once they arrived, they discovered that the feast was only beginning. Once the guests arrived and the celebrations officially began, The true stars of the wedding feast started making their appearance. The food. And there was a lot of it. Modern wedding guests might expect several courses, a buffet, or perhaps a carefully arranged menu. Ottoman wedding guests expected abundance. The goal was not merely to satisfy hunger. The goal was to ensure that every guest left convinced they had attended a truly memorable celebration. One of the most important dishes at almost any Ottoman feast was rice. Not the plain rice many people imagine today, but richly prepared pilaf cooked with butter, broth, spices, nuts, dried fruits, or pieces of meat. Ottoman cooks considered pilaf an art form. A skilled cook could build an entire reputation around preparing exceptional rice. This may sound excessive, but every civilization chooses its priorities. Some build monuments, others perfect rice. The Ottomans attempted both. Large platters of pilaf often occupied the centre of communal dining arrangements. Guests gathered around them, sharing meals in groups. Hospitality encouraged generosity, and hosts wanted everyone to eat well. Alongside the rice came soups, another cornerstone of Ottoman cuisine. Rich lentil soups, meat-based broths, and hearty stews appeared in enormous quantities. These dishes could feed large crowds efficiently while still providing warmth and flavour. In fact, soup was so important to Ottoman food culture that even elite households consumed it regularly. A wedding feast simply offered a much grander version. Bread accompanied nearly everything. Freshly baked loaves arrived constantly from ovens working throughout the day. Bread served both practical and social purposes. It filled stomachs, complemented other dishes, and ensured that even guests arriving late could find something satisfying to eat. Then came the meat. For many ordinary people in the empire, meat was not an everyday luxury. Weddings therefore provided a rare opportunity to enjoy large quantities of lamb, mutton, chicken, or beef. Roasted meats appeared on platters, stewed meats simmered in cauldrons, skewered meats cooked over open fires. The smell alone could attract attention from several streets away, and occasionally from neighbours who suddenly discovered a strong interest in maintaining friendly relations with the host family. As servants and helpers carried dish after dish through crowded courtyards, guests quickly realised something. This was only the beginning. Because while rice, soup, bread and meat formed the foundation of the feast, the Ottomans had no intention of stopping there. The most impressive dishes were still waiting to be served. If the rice, soup, and roasted meats formed the foundation of an Ottoman wedding feast, the next dishes were designed to accomplish something equally important. They were meant to impress. A wedding was one of the few opportunities a family had to demonstrate its prosperity to a large audience. Guests naturally noticed the quality of the food, the variety of dishes, and the generosity of the host. Families knew this. Their guests knew this. The neighbours definitely knew this. As a result, wedding feasts often included special dishes reserved for important occasions. One of the most admired was stuffed lamb. In wealthier households, entire lambs could be prepared with fillings of rice, nuts, spices, dried fruits, and herbs. The presentation alone created excitement. When such a dish appeared, conversations often paused as guests admired the effort involved. And in a society that appreciated culinary skill, admiration was almost as important as appetite. The Ottomans loved combining sweet and savoury flavours in ways that surprised many modern diners. Wedding guests might encounter meat cooked with apricots, raisins, figs, or plums. Cinnamon sometimes appeared in dishes where modern people would never expect to find it. To Ottoman cooks, these combinations represented sophistication. To some first-time guests, they probably represented confusion. Fortunately, confusion tends to disappear quickly when the food tastes good. Another popular feature of large feasts was the variety of stews. Huge copper cauldrons simmered throughout the day, producing rich dishes flavoured with onions, garlic, spices, and slow-cooked meat. These stews could feed enormous numbers of people while maintaining the rich flavours guests expected from a major celebration. The preparation required significant effort. Cooks often worked through the night before the feast. Assistants chopped vegetables, carried water, maintained fires, and stirred massive pots for hours. In the largest celebrations, entire teams coordinated the cooking operation. The kitchen sometimes resembled a military headquarters, except with fewer swords and considerably more onions. Guests also enjoyed seasonal specialties. Fresh vegetables, fruits, nuts, and local delicacies appeared depending on the region and time of year. A wedding in Anatolia might feature somewhat different dishes than a celebration in Syria, Egypt, or the Balkans, but the principle remained the same: abundance, variety, generosity. The feast was intended to make guests feel honoured, and as plate after plate continued arriving, most certainly did. Yet despite all the attention given to meat, rice, and elaborate main courses, everyone understood there was another part of the meal many guests anticipated even more eagerly: the sweets. Because no Ottoman wedding feast was complete without desserts capable of making an already satisfied guest somehow find room for another serving. By the time the main courses began disappearing from the tables, most guests should have been completely full. The problem was that Ottoman wedding hosts had absolutely no intention of stopping there. Now came the sweets, and refusing sweets at an Ottoman celebration was often much harder than refusing a second serving of meat. A polite guest might insist he could not possibly eat another bite. The host would politely insist that he absolutely could. This discussion could continue for quite some time. Desserts occupied a special place in Ottoman food culture. The empire inherited culinary traditions from Central Asia, Persia, the Arab world, Anatolia, and the Balkans, creating one of the richest dessert traditions anywhere in the early modern world. Wedding feasts provided the perfect opportunity to display it. One of the most beloved treats was baklava. Layer upon layer of delicate pastry surrounded chopped nuts and sweet syrup, creating a dessert so famous that centuries later, people are still arguing about who makes it best. Some debates never truly end. Large trays of baklava appeared at important celebrations, often cut into carefully shaped portions and distributed among guests. Wealthier families sometimes ordered enormous quantities to ensure nobody left disappointed. Then there was helva. Prepared in numerous varieties throughout the empire, helva could be made from flour, semolina, honey, sugar, butter, or nuts depending on local traditions. It appeared at weddings, religious celebrations, and family gatherings across Ottoman society. For many guests, no feast felt complete without it. Other sweets followed: fruit preserves, candied nuts, honey-soaked pastries, sweet cakes flavoured with rosewater or citrus, dried fruits imported from distant provinces. The variety itself became part of the spectacle. A wealthy host wanted guests to see abundance wherever they looked. Sugar represented luxury for much of Ottoman history, making elaborate desserts a visible sign of prosperity. When tables overflowed with sweets, guests understood the message immediately. This family had spared no expense. Children naturally benefited the most from this portion of the feast. While adults discussed marriages, politics, business, and family affairs, younger guests often focused on the dessert trays with remarkable concentration. Future generations may change technology, language, and fashion, but children locating sweets at public gatherings remains one of humanity's most consistent skills. As the dessert circulated through the crowd, conversation grew livelier. Guests relaxed, laughter spread, musicians prepared for the next phase of the celebration. Because the wedding feast was never only about eating, the food brought people together, the entertainment kept them there. And as evening approached, the sounds of music, singing, and celebration began to take over from the clatter of dishes and serving trays. Once the feast had satisfied everyone's appetite, the wedding entered a new stage. Now it was time to entertain the guests. An Ottoman wedding was never designed to be a quiet gathering where people ate politely and went home early. These celebrations often lasted for hours, sometimes days, and required enough entertainment to keep hundreds of people engaged. Fortunately, the Ottomans excelled at public celebrations. Music formed the heart of the festivities. Musicians arrived carrying drums, flutes, lutes, tambourines, and various regional instruments. Depending on the location, guests might hear the powerful sound of the zurna, a piercing woodwind instrument capable of being heard across an entire neighbourhood, accompanied by large drums whose rhythm could be felt almost as much as heard. Quiet was not the objective. Making sure everyone knew a wedding was taking place certainly was. As the music began, the atmosphere transformed. Guests who had spent the feast discussing family matters suddenly found themselves clapping to the rhythm. Children danced freely. Young men gathered together in energetic group dances. Older guests smiled while pretending they had no interest in joining. Many eventually joined anyway. Traditional dances varied enormously across the Ottoman Empire. The empire stretched across 3 continents and included dozens of cultures, languages, and local customs. A wedding in Bosnia looked different from a wedding in Anatolia. A celebration in Syria differed from one in Albania or Greece. Yet music remained universal. Every community brought its own songs and dances to the occasion. Professional entertainers also appeared at wealthier weddings. Storytellers performed humorous tales, poets recited verses, musicians demonstrated their skills, acrobats occasionally entertained crowds with remarkable displays of balance and agility. Some imperial celebrations even included jugglers, animal performances, mock battles, and elaborate spectacles designed to impress visitors. The goal was simple: keep people talking about the wedding long after it ended. Laughter became an important part of the celebration. Friends teased one another. Relatives exchanged stories. Old family memories resurfaced. The wedding was one of the rare occasions when multiple generations gathered in the same place, creating opportunities for connection that might not happen again for years. Meanwhile, the bride and groom remained at the centre of attention. Every song, every dance, and every cheer ultimately celebrated their union. The feast had brought everyone together. The entertainment transformed the gathering into a celebration. And as the evening continued, the crowd kept growing. Because some of the most important guests were still arriving, guests whose presence mattered almost as much as the food itself. No matter how impressive the food was or how talented the musicians might be, an Ottoman wedding feast depended on one thing above all else: the guests. A wedding was not merely the union of 2 individuals. It was a public event that strengthened relationships, displayed social connections, and reinforced a family's place within the community. Who attended mattered, and who did not attend could matter even more. As guests continued arriving throughout the day, the host family carefully welcomed each one. Important relatives received special attention. Elder family members were shown respect. Community leaders, religious figures, successful merchants, and influential neighbours often occupied places of honour. Their presence added prestige to the celebration. A wedding attended by respected members of the community reflected positively on the families involved. In many Ottoman towns, invitations extended far beyond close relatives. Friends, business partners, neighbours, former associates, and distant cousins all found their way to the feast. And Ottoman families had a remarkable number of cousins. Some appeared to emerge from branches of the family tree nobody had examined for decades. Yet somehow they always arrived in time for dinner. Hospitality required that they be welcomed warmly. The larger the gathering, the greater the honour. This generosity served an important purpose. Weddings strengthened social bonds. Guests attended not only to celebrate, but also to demonstrate support for the newly formed household. Relationships were renewed, friendships were reinforced, business connections were maintained. A wedding could function as a social gathering, family reunion, and networking event all at once. The wealthiest celebrations sometimes attracted government officials, military officers, prominent scholars, or members of the local elite. In the imperial capital, weddings involving important families occasionally became significant public events that drew attention far beyond the immediate circle of relatives. Ordinary weddings were naturally smaller, but the principle remained identical. People came together. Communities gathered. Connections were strengthened. The seating arrangements themselves often reflected social customs. Elders received respect. Honoured guests occupied prominent places. Younger attendees generally understood where they belonged, at least most of the time. Every large family gathering throughout history has contained at least one person determined to sit somewhere inappropriate. Human nature remains wonderfully consistent. As conversations filled the courtyards and halls, the wedding became more than a feast. It became a display of community itself. People who might not meet again for months shared food, stories, laughter, and memories. And for the host family, seeing so many guests gathered together was deeply satisfying. Because in Ottoman society, generosity was measured not only by what was served, it was measured by how many people came to enjoy it. While ordinary Ottoman families hosted impressive wedding feasts, the celebrations organised by the imperial court operated on an entirely different scale. These were not simply weddings, they were public spectacles. When members of the Ottoman dynasty married, the festivities could continue for days or even weeks. Entire sections of cities transformed into celebration grounds. Temporary structures appeared. Markets became crowded. Travellers arrived from distant provinces hoping to witness the events. The empire itself seemed to pause and join the party. One of the most famous examples occurred during the reign of Sultan Murad III in the late 16th century. The circumcision festival held for his son became one of the grandest celebrations in Ottoman history. Although not technically a wedding, it demonstrated the extraordinary scale of imperial feasting and entertainment. Thousands upon thousands of guests attended. Foreign ambassadors observed the festivities with amazement. Huge quantities of food were distributed to soldiers, officials, scholars, craftsmen, and ordinary citizens. For days, cooks worked almost continuously. Massive cauldrons lined the celebration grounds. Bread, rice, meat, sweets, and countless other dishes flowed through the city. The goal extended beyond hospitality. These celebrations displayed imperial power. The message was clear. The Ottoman dynasty possessed enough wealth and resources to feed enormous crowds, while simultaneously funding music, performances, and public spectacles. It was political theatre served alongside dinner. And unlike many political events, people generally left satisfied. Entertainment reached extraordinary levels as well. Acrobats performed daring feats. Wrestlers competed before cheering crowds. Storytellers entertained audiences for hours. Musicians played throughout the festivities. Fireworks illuminated the night sky in later centuries. Foreign visitors frequently recorded their astonishment at what they witnessed. Many had never seen celebrations on such a scale. Even the presentation of food became a spectacle. Servants carried enormous trays through crowded areas. Special dishes were prepared specifically for elite guests. The logistics alone required careful planning. Moving enough food to feed thousands of people without creating complete chaos was an achievement worthy of its own celebration. Fortunately, Ottoman administrators possessed considerable experience managing large operations. Empires tend to develop that skill. These grand events influenced wedding traditions throughout society. Wealthier families often imitated aspects of imperial celebrations whenever possible. Few could match the resources of the sultans. Many certainly tried. Yet regardless of whether a wedding took place in a palace or a village courtyard, one thing remained constant. The feast was about more than food. It was about generosity. And nowhere was that generosity more visible than in the tradition of feeding people far beyond the guest list itself. For many Ottoman families, the wedding feast was not limited to invited guests. In fact, one of the greatest signs of generosity was feeding people who had never received an invitation at all. This might seem unusual today. Modern weddings often involve carefully counted guest lists, assigned seating, and detailed calculations about how many meals need to be ordered. Ottoman celebrations frequently operated according to a different philosophy. If food remained available and hungry people were nearby, they should be fed. This attitude was especially visible during large weddings hosted by wealthy families, local notables, and members of the imperial elite. Huge quantities of food were prepared specifically because hosts expected more people to appear than originally planned. And they usually did. Neighbours stopped by. Travellers passed through. Poor families heard about the celebration. Curious spectators gathered near the festivities. Before long, the feast extended well beyond the original guest list. In Ottoman culture, hospitality carried both social and religious importance. Feeding others was considered a virtuous act. Weddings therefore became opportunities not only to celebrate a marriage, but also to demonstrate generosity toward the wider community. Large cauldrons of soup might be distributed to crowds. Bread could be handed out freely. Rice dishes and meat stews were sometimes prepared in such quantities that entire neighbourhoods benefited from the celebration. For poorer members of society, wedding feasts occasionally provided one of the best meals they would eat all year. This reality was particularly important in times and places where meat remained relatively expensive. A wedding might offer foods that many people rarely enjoyed in ordinary life. The host family gained respect. The community benefited. Everyone generally considered this a good arrangement. Of course, feeding large numbers of unexpected guests required careful planning. Cooks needed reserves. Servants needed organisation. Supplies needed to be abundant. Running out of food was one of the worst outcomes imaginable. Guests could forgive many things. An empty serving tray was much harder to overlook. The fear of this embarrassment encouraged hosts to prepare far more food than they believed necessary. Better to have leftovers than stories. Stories lasted for years. Food disappeared in minutes. This generosity also helped strengthen community relationships. People remembered which families treated others kindly during important occasions. Acts of hospitality created goodwill that often lasted long after the wedding ended. As the feast continued into the evening, guests, neighbours, and visitors all shared the same food and celebrations. The wedding had become something larger than a family event. It had become a community gathering. and as darkness approached, one final stage remained. The moment when the celebration began winding down and guests reflected on a feast they would remember for years to come. As the sun began to set and the final dishes disappeared from the serving tables, an Ottoman wedding feast entered its last stage. Not the end of the celebration, the end of the feast itself. Guests were still talking, musicians were still playing, and children were still finding surprising amounts of energy despite spending the entire day running through courtyards and chasing sweets. But gradually, people began preparing for departure. And this was the moment when a wedding's success became clear, not through official announcements, not through accounting records, but through conversation. Hey guys, tonight we're heading to ancient Egypt to witness the final days of Cleopatra, a queen who spent years outsmarting rivals and convincing powerful Roman politicians to make increasingly questionable life choices. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. By the summer of 30 BC, Alexandria was beginning to realize that it might have backed the wrong side. This was not an entirely unfamiliar experience in ancient politics. Kingdoms, cities, and ambitious rulers regularly attached themselves to powerful allies who later exploded spectacularly, usually metaphorically, occasionally not. For years, Alexandria had stood at the centre of one of the richest and most impressive kingdoms in the Mediterranean. Ships crowded its harbours, merchants filled its streets, scholars wandered through its intellectual circles debating philosophy, mathematics and other subjects that guaranteed nobody at a tavern would invite them to sit at their table. The city possessed wealth, prestige, and the famous Queen Cleopatra. What it did not possess was a solution to the Roman problem. His name was Octavian. Far to the west, Rome had spent years enthusiastically dismantling itself through civil war. Generals fought generals. Senators betrayed senators. Political alliances lasted approximately as long as fresh bread. Every few months, someone declared themselves the saviour of the Republic while helping destroy it. Cleopatra had chosen to support Mark Antony, one of Rome's most famous commanders. At the time, this seemed perfectly reasonable. Antony was wealthy, influential, charismatic, and controlled enormous territories. He was also 6 feet tall, successful in battle, and generally looked like the sort of man history expected to win. Octavian, by comparison, appeared less impressive. He was often sick. He lacked Antony's military reputation. He possessed none of Antony's larger-than-life personality. What Octavian did possess, however, was the irritating habit of defeating everyone who underestimated him. History is full of people who looked unbeatable right before discovering they were not. 2 years earlier, the naval battle of Actium had changed everything. The defeat shattered Antony and Cleopatra's position. Now Octavian's armies were marching steadily toward Egypt, and unlike rumours, taxes, and royal promises, Roman legions had a tendency to arrive exactly where they said they would. Across Alexandria, anxiety spread. Merchants whispered in markets. Servants exchanged gossip in palace corridors. Sailors arriving in port brought fresh rumours every day. Some claimed Antony was preparing a brilliant comeback. Others insisted Cleopatra had secret allies ready to rescue Egypt. A few citizens quietly began practicing the ancient survival skill of pretending they had supported Octavian all along. Inside the royal palace, Cleopatra faced the greatest crisis of her life. She had survived family betrayals, assassination attempts, rebellions, civil wars, and several relatives who viewed murder as a perfectly acceptable method of succession planning. Compared to the average Ptolemaic family gathering, a nest of cobras was considered a relaxing environment. She was intelligent, experienced, and remarkably resilient. But even Cleopatra could see reality approaching. The Roman world was about to have a new master, and unless a miracle occurred, Egypt's last queen would soon have to meet him. What nobody realized was that the final chapter of Cleopatra's reign would not unfold like a grand tragedy. It would unfold like a comedy of errors involving rumors, misunderstandings, panicked decisions, and communication failures so spectacular that future historians would spend 2,000 years trying to make everyone involved sound more competent than they actually were. As anxiety spread through Alexandria, Cleopatra began preparing for the possibility that things might not end particularly well. This was not pessimism, it was experience. After all, she had spent most of her life navigating assassination attempts, palace conspiracies, Roman politics, and relatives. Of those four dangers, the relatives were arguably the most unpredictable. While many rulers in her position might have focused exclusively on military plans, Cleopatra decided to prepare something else. A tomb. Not just any tomb. A gigantic mausoleum filled with treasure. Ancient sources describe a massive structure built near her palace, stocked with gold, silver, jewels, valuable documents, and enough wealth to make even the most disciplined Roman official suddenly become interested in accounting. Officially, it was intended to be her final resting place. Unofficially, it was also a very expensive bargaining chip. The Queen understood Octavian perfectly. He wanted two things. First, he wanted Cleopatra alive. Second, he wanted Cleopatra's treasure. Ideally, he wanted both. This created a problem for him and an opportunity for her. If she could not save her kingdom, she might still influence the outcome. So treasure began disappearing from the palace and reappearing inside the mausoleum. Gold moved, silver moved, jewels moved, more gold moved, then probably some additional gold just to be safe. Watching the operation must have been fascinating. Imagine being a palace servant and noticing that every valuable object in Egypt seemed to be heading toward one very specific building. At some point, people probably stopped asking questions. The mausoleum quickly became less of a tomb and more of a heavily fortified royal vault. Cleopatra reportedly threatened to destroy the treasure if Octavian tried to seize it. This was not an idle threat. If she burned or ruined those riches, Octavian would lose one of the greatest prizes of his entire campaign. Conquering Egypt was impressive. Conquering Egypt and finding the treasury reduced to ashes was considerably less impressive. The situation was becoming almost comical. Octavian needed Cleopatra alive. Cleopatra knew he needed her alive. Octavian wanted the treasure. Cleopatra knew he wanted the treasure. Both sides were now engaged in a high-stakes contest involving an empire, a kingdom, and a building that was slowly becoming the ancient equivalent of a panic room. The strangest part was that this was only the beginning, because very soon Cleopatra would lock herself inside that mausoleum, and a misunderstanding born from that decision would trigger one of the most famous and absurd chain reactions in ancient history. As Octavian's armies moved closer to Alexandria, Cleopatra's carefully constructed plans began entering their next phase. And almost immediately, everything became unnecessarily complicated. The Queen decided to withdraw into her mausoleum. This was understandable. The building contained her treasure, her supplies, and perhaps the last remaining leverage she possessed. If events turned ugly, she wanted to be near the one thing Octavian desired almost as much as her capture. So Cleopatra entered the mausoleum with a small group of trusted attendants. Then she had the doors sealed. From her perspective, this was a reasonable precaution. From everyone else's perspective, it looked alarmingly similar to a funeral. Ancient communication systems were not particularly efficient. There were no phones, no emails, no group messages, no way to instantly tell everyone, "Don't worry, I'm alive," just hiding in my giant treasure-filled tomb. Instead, information travelled through servants, guards, messengers, rumours, assumptions, and occasionally that one person who confidently explained situations while understanding absolutely none of them. Before long, stories began spreading through Alexandria. Someone heard that Cleopatra had sealed herself inside. Someone else heard she would never come out. Another person misunderstood the entire conversation. By the end of the day, Many people were repeating a dramatic new version. The Queen was dead. Nobody seems entirely sure how this rumour evolved so quickly. Perhaps someone guessed, perhaps someone exaggerated, perhaps someone simply enjoyed being the first person to share shocking news. Humanity has never completely solved that particular problem. Eventually, the story reached Mark Antony. This was unfortunate, because Antony was not having a good week. His military position had collapsed. Many of his supporters had abandoned him. His armies were shrinking. His enemies were multiplying. And now he received word that Cleopatra had died. Modern historians often try to imagine what Antony was thinking in that moment. The answer was probably something very simple. Of course she has. When a person's life is already falling apart, bad news tends to feel strangely believable. Instead of investigating further, Antony accepted the report. No messenger was sent to confirm it. No witness was questioned. No second opinion was requested. One of the greatest commanders in Roman history essentially heard a rumour and immediately treated it as established fact. The consequences would be extraordinary. Within hours, a misunderstanding that began with a locked door would help trigger one of the most famous deaths in ancient history. And somewhere inside her mausoleum, Cleopatra had absolutely no idea what was happening outside, which, ironically, made her the calmest person involved in the entire situation. The rumour had reached Mark Antony. Unfortunately, so had despair. By this point, Antony's world was collapsing with impressive efficiency. His fleet had been defeated. His allies were abandoning him. His soldiers were defecting to Octavian. Even worse, some of them were defecting enthusiastically, which is never encouraging. For years, Antony had been one of the most powerful men in the Roman world. He had commanded armies, governed provinces, and helped decide the fate of entire nations. Now he found himself in Alexandria, surrounded by bad news and increasingly fewer people willing to tell him otherwise. Then came the report. Cleopatra was dead. The queen he loved, the ruler he had built his future around. Gone. At least according to someone who had heard it from someone who had heard it from someone else. Normally, a person might verify such information. Antony chose a different approach. Ancient historians suggest he accepted the story almost immediately. Perhaps he was exhausted. Perhaps he was heartbroken. Perhaps he simply reached the point where every new disaster felt completely believable. After all, if your week already includes military collapse and political ruin, hearing that your partner has died probably doesn't sound particularly unrealistic. So Antony made a decision. He would take his own life. History often presents this moment with great drama. Paintings show heroic poses. Films add emotional speeches. Everything looks very dignified. Reality appears to have been considerably messier. According to ancient accounts, Antony ordered one of his servants to help him carry out the act. The servant, apparently deciding he had reached his limit for strange workplace requests, killed himself instead. This was not the intended outcome. Antony now faced the awkward situation of watching his assistant complete a task meant for someone else. The day was somehow becoming worse. Eventually, Antony wounded himself. But unlike the elegant versions found in paintings, the attempt did not immediately kill him. Instead, he remained alive. Very much alive. Painfully alive. And while he was dealing with this unfortunate development, another piece of information arrived. Cleopatra was not dead. She had never been dead. She was safely inside her mausoleum. At this point, Antony must have experienced one of the most frustrating realizations in ancient history. The entire tragedy had been triggered by a rumour that was completely wrong. Somewhere in Alexandria, a messenger was probably reconsidering his career choices. What followed next was even stranger, because Antony, wounded but still alive, now wanted to see Cleopatra one final time. There was only one problem. She had locked herself inside a fortified mausoleum, and she wasn't opening the door. As a result, one of Rome's greatest generals was about to be hauled through a window using ropes like an unusually heavy sack of grain. Mark Antony was dying. Cleopatra was alive. And unfortunately, there was now a very large building standing between them. The Queen remained inside her mausoleum, which she had deliberately sealed shut. This decision made perfect sense from a security perspective. It made considerably less sense from the perspective of receiving wounded Roman generals. Antony's supporters carried him to the mausoleum and called out to those inside. The response they received was not an invitation to enter. Cleopatra had become deeply suspicious of everyone and everything. Given the circumstances, this was probably reasonable. Octavian's soldiers were nearby. The city was falling apart. Rumours were spreading faster than facts. Opening the door might expose her to danger, so the door stayed shut. This created a logistical problem. Antony was outside. Cleopatra was inside, and neither wanted the meeting cancelled. The solution they devised sounds less like history and more like a group project that nobody properly planned. Instead of opening the entrance, Cleopatra ordered ropes to be lowered from an upper window. The goal was simple: lift Antony into the mausoleum. The execution was somewhat more complicated. Antony was many things: a celebrated general, a politician, a veteran soldier, a former master of Rome's eastern territories. What he was not was lightweight. Roman commanders were not exactly known for skipping meals. Ancient writers describe Cleopatra and her attendants pulling desperately on the ropes, while Antony was slowly raised toward the window. Imagine the scene: one of the most famous men in the Mediterranean dangling in mid-air. Several exhausted women struggling to pull him upward. Servants shouting instructions. Everyone trying not to drop the future subject of countless statues. The entire Ptolemaic dynasty had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries. Its final chapter now involved an emergency pulley system. History can be wonderfully disrespectful. The effort was enormous. Ancient accounts specifically mention how difficult the task was. Cleopatra herself reportedly helped pull the ropes. The Queen, who had charmed Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, negotiated with kings, and ruled one of the wealthiest kingdoms on earth, was now engaged in what amounted to a very stressful hauling operation. Eventually, Antony made it inside. Barely. The reunion was emotional. The couple spent Antony's final moments together while Alexandria continued collapsing around them. Outside, Octavian's victory was becoming inevitable. Inside, Cleopatra watched the last of her great political alliance disappear. Yet even here, the strange comedy of events continued. Antony had not fallen in battle. He had not been captured by enemies. He had not died during some heroic final charge. Instead, one of history's greatest generals spent his last hours recovering from a fatal misunderstanding and being pulled through a window because nobody wanted to unlock a door. If the Roman historians found that slightly embarrassing, they had good reason. Unfortunately for Cleopatra, Antony's death solved none of her problems. In fact, her situation was about to become even more dangerous. Now she had to deal directly with Octavian. With Mark Antony dead, Cleopatra's position became painfully simple. She was alone. Not literally, of course. Servants, attendants, and advisors still surrounded her, but politically, she stood alone. The alliance that had protected Egypt for years had vanished. Octavian had won. The Roman world now belonged to him. The only remaining question was what he planned to do with Cleopatra. Fortunately for her, Octavian did not want her dead. Unfortunately for her, he wanted something arguably worse. He wanted her alive. This may sound encouraging at first. It was not. In Rome, victorious generals celebrated their achievements with triumphs, enormous public processions through the city. Captured kings, princes, and rulers were paraded before cheering crowds. The audience laughed, the prisoners suffered, the general received glory. Everyone understood their role. Cleopatra knew exactly what would happen if she was taken to Rome. She would become the centerpiece of Octavian's greatest victory parade. For a queen who had spent her entire life presenting herself as the living embodiment of royal dignity, this was an unbearable prospect. Being killed by an enemy was one thing, being displayed by an enemy was another. Meanwhile, Octavian was being surprisingly careful. Many conquerors might have rushed directly into the mausoleum. Octavian preferred patience. He understood Cleopatra's value. Dead, she was a symbol. Alive, she was propaganda. And Octavian appreciated good propaganda almost as much as he appreciated winning. Messengers began travelling back and forth. Promises were made. Warnings were delivered. Negotiations started. Each side attempted to gain an advantage. Each side distrusted the other completely. The conversations must have been exhausting. Imagine two highly intelligent leaders discussing cooperation while simultaneously assuming every sentence contains a hidden trap. That was essentially the atmosphere. Cleopatra tried to discover Octavian's intentions. Octavian tried to discover Cleopatra's plans. Neither revealed very much. At the same time, another issue continued to dominate everyone's thoughts. The treasure. The enormous collection of wealth stored inside the mausoleum. Gold, silver, jewels, precious objects accumulated over centuries. Octavian wanted it, very badly. Conquering Egypt was already a historic achievement. Conquering Egypt while also acquiring its treasury was even better. In many ways, Cleopatra herself and her treasure had become linked together. Whoever controlled one would probably gain the other. The Queen understood this perfectly, which meant she still possessed one final source of leverage. As long as she remained alive and the treasure remained inaccessible, Octavian could not fully relax. For perhaps the last time in her life, Cleopatra still had cards left to play. The problem was that Octavian was holding most of the deck, and with every passing day, the Queen was running out of moves. As the days passed, Cleopatra found herself confronting a problem she had spent most of her life avoiding. She was running out of options. This was a deeply unfamiliar experience. For nearly 2 decades, Cleopatra had solved impossible situations through intelligence, negotiation, charisma, political maneuvering, or occasionally by convincing powerful Roman men that helping her was somehow their own brilliant idea. The strategy had worked remarkably well. Until now. Octavian controlled Egypt. His armies occupied Alexandria. His victory was complete. And yet Cleopatra refused to surrender to despair. If there was one thing she never lacked, it was determination. Ancient sources suggest she explored every possibility she could imagine. Could she negotiate with Octavian? Perhaps. Could she secure a favourable arrangement for her children? Maybe. Could she somehow escape Egypt entirely? The answer was becoming increasingly doubtful. One story claims Cleopatra considered transporting ships overland to the Red Sea, where she could flee eastward and establish a new base of power. The plan sounds impressive. It also sounds like the kind of idea people develop when every normal option has already failed. Moving ships across a desert is technically possible. It is simply an enormous amount of work for people already experiencing several larger problems. The plan never materialized. Another possibility involved diplomacy. Cleopatra understood that Octavian was ambitious. Ambitious people could sometimes be negotiated with. The difficulty was that Octavian had already won. Negotiations are easier when both sides need something. At this point, Cleopatra needed Octavian far more than Octavian needed Cleopatra. That imbalance was impossible to ignore. Still, she continued trying. Messages moved back and forth. Offers were considered. Promises were hinted at. Neither side fully trusted the other. Both sides were correct. The Queen also focused intensely on her children. This may have been her greatest concern. Kingdoms rise and fall. Treasures can be replaced. But children remain children, even when their parents happen to be fighting for control of the Mediterranean. Cleopatra desperately wanted to secure their future. Unfortunately, Roman civil wars were not known for producing generous outcomes for the families of defeated rivals. As every possible solution collapsed, reality became harder to avoid. The walls were closing in. The Queen, who had once stood beside Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, now found herself trapped inside a shrinking circle of possibilities. Yet, remarkably, ancient accounts describe her remaining calm, not cheerful, not optimistic, but composed. It was an impressive achievement. Most people become stressed when they receive an unexpected bill. Cleopatra was dealing with the destruction of a dynasty 3 centuries old, and somehow she still managed to think clearly. For the moment, at least. Because soon she would begin considering a question that no ruler wants to ask. If defeat is unavoidable, how exactly should one face it? By now, Cleopatra understood something that nobody around her wanted to say out loud. The game was over. Not immediately, not officially, but practically. Octavian controlled Egypt. His soldiers controlled Alexandria. His spies seemed to know everything. And every escape plan Cleopatra considered somehow ended with Roman soldiers waiting at the destination. It was becoming increasingly difficult to remain optimistic. Yet Cleopatra was not the sort of person who simply sat around feeling sorry for herself. She approached problems methodically. Even extremely unpleasant problems. Especially extremely unpleasant problems. According to several ancient writers, Cleopatra began investigating various poisons and methods of death. This sounds grim. And it was. But there was also something oddly practical about it. Most rulers in history spent their final days praying for miracles. Cleopatra apparently started researching alternatives. The Queen wanted to know which methods caused pain, which worked quickly, which worked slowly, which produced visible suffering, and which did not. In essence, she was conducting what may have been history's least cheerful research project. Ancient sources claim that prisoners condemned to death were sometimes used to observe the effects of various poisons. Whether every detail is true remains uncertain. Ancient historians occasionally treated rumours the way fishermen treat the size of their catches. Stories tended to grow. Nevertheless, most accounts agree that Cleopatra carefully examined her options. The famous aspi, the venomous snake forever associated with her death, appears in these discussions. According to later stories, she became convinced that its bite offered a relatively peaceful end. Whether that was scientifically accurate is another question entirely. Ancient medicine was not always famous for rigorous testing standards. Many treatments involved ingredients that modern doctors would classify as alarming. While Cleopatra worried about her future, Octavian worried about something else. The treasure. Lots and lots of treasure. It may not sound particularly noble, but history has always been refreshingly honest about one thing. Conquering a kingdom is nice, but conquering a kingdom that comes with several warehouses full of gold is even nicer. Egypt was one of the wealthiest regions in the Mediterranean. Its grain-fed cities, its ports connected continents. Its treasury had accumulated generations of royal wealth, and much of that wealth now sat inside Cleopatra's mausoleum. The Queen knew it, Octavian knew it, everyone involved knew it. At this point, the treasure had become almost another character in the story. Ancient sources report that Cleopatra threatened to destroy the riches if she felt cornered. This was not a threat Octavian could afford to ignore. He wanted Egypt intact. He wanted its wealth intact. Most importantly, he wanted to return to Rome looking like the greatest victor in Roman history. A burned treasury would complicate that image considerably. Imagine spending years winning a civil war only to discover that your prize had been converted into a giant bonfire. Even Roman propaganda would struggle with that. As a result, Octavian found himself in a surprisingly delicate position. He could not push Cleopatra too hard. He could not completely trust her, and he definitely could not leave her unsupervised. The Queen remained under close watch. Guards monitored visitors, messengers were scrutinized. Every movement attracted attention. The Romans were essentially treating Cleopatra like the world's most valuable prisoner, which, to be fair, she probably was. Yet despite these precautions, Octavian remained uneasy. Cleopatra seemed too calm. Most defeated rulers displayed obvious signs of despair. They begged, they panicked, they made increasingly unrealistic plans. Cleopatra was doing none of those things. Instead, she appeared thoughtful, composed, almost as if she had already accepted something. This made Octavian nervous. For all his victories, he understood one important fact. A person with nothing left to lose can become difficult to predict. And Cleopatra was among the most intelligent people he had ever encountered. The Roman leader began receiving reports from his guards. The Queen was writing letters, speaking privately with attendants, making arrangements. Nothing seemed suspicious individually. Together, however, they created a troubling pattern. It felt as though Cleopatra was preparing for something. The problem was that nobody knew exactly what. And while Octavian tried to secure Egypt's future, Cleopatra was quietly securing control over the only thing she still possessed completely: her own fate. The contest between them was entering its final stage. One wanted a living queen. The other intended to remain queen until the very end. For most of her life, Cleopatra had been the person making plans. If one strategy failed, she created another. If an ally disappeared, she found a replacement. If an enemy emerged, she looked for a weakness. She had survived in a political environment where mistakes were often rewarded with poison, exile, or a surprisingly short reign. Yet now, for perhaps the first time in years, she could see the board clearly. And there were no good moves left. Octavian controlled Egypt. His soldiers guarded Alexandria. His agents watched her constantly. The Mediterranean belonged to Rome. The Ptolemaic dynasty, which had ruled Egypt since the days of Alexander the Great's successors, was effectively finished. 3 centuries of history had narrowed down to a handful of rooms and a few remaining decisions. Oddly enough, this seems to have made Cleopatra calmer. Ancient writers repeatedly comment on her composure during these final days. Not cheerful composure, not optimistic composure, the kind of calm that appears when a person stops worrying about outcomes they can no longer change. Meanwhile, Octavian was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. This sounds strange. After all, he had won. His rival Antony was dead. Egypt was conquered. The civil war was over. He was only months away from becoming the undisputed master of the Roman world. This should have been a relaxing time. Instead, he found himself worrying about a single woman. The problem was simple. Cleopatra was too intelligent. Every report from his guards seemed slightly suspicious. The Queen requested certain foods. Why? The Queen met privately with attendants. Why? The Queen wrote letters. To whom? The Queen spent long periods in reflection. What was she planning? The Romans searched for clues everywhere. At times they resembled nervous parents trying to figure out what a particularly clever teenager was doing. The more closely they watched, the less confident they became. Cleopatra, meanwhile, continued arranging her affairs. She spoke about her children. She settled practical matters. She prepared for possibilities that nobody wished to discuss openly. One of her final requests was reportedly to visit Antony's tomb. Octavian allowed it. Perhaps he believed it would comfort her. Perhaps he thought cooperation would make her easier to manage. Whatever his reasoning, the visit occurred. According to ancient accounts, Cleopatra wept at Antony's burial place and spoke to him one last time. It was a deeply human moment amid a story dominated by politics and war. Yet, even after that farewell, Octavian still failed to understand what was happening. He believed time was working in his favour. He thought Cleopatra would eventually accept reality. What he didn't realise was that Cleopatra had already accepted reality. That was precisely the problem. Because once she accepted it, she became free to make her final decision. And when that decision arrived, it would catch Octavian completely off guard. On the morning of her final day, Cleopatra appeared remarkably ordinary. This was perhaps the most surprising thing of all. There were no dramatic speeches delivered from palace balconies, no desperate attempts to rally armies, no last-minute plots to overthrow Octavian. The Queen simply went about her business, which, in hindsight, should have worried everyone much more than it did. Ancient sources suggest Cleopatra bathed, dressed carefully, and shared a meal. Nothing about her behaviour appeared unusual. To Roman guards watching nearby, this was encouraging. To modern readers, it feels suspiciously like the behaviour of someone who has already made up her mind. The problem for Octavian was that he still believed he had time. For weeks, he had been managing Cleopatra as though she were a difficult political problem. What he failed to understand was that Cleopatra no longer viewed herself as a political problem. She viewed herself as the person making the final decision. And those are two very different situations. At some point during the day, Cleopatra sent a letter to Octavian. The contents were brief. She reportedly requested to be buried beside Mark Antony. That was all. No negotiations, no demands, no discussion. Just a burial request. To most people, this would have been an emotional farewell. To a suspicious Roman official, it should have sounded like an alarm bell the size of Alexandria. Unfortunately, nobody reacted quickly enough. The letter reached Octavian. He read it, and suddenly realised something was very wrong. Extremely wrong. The kind of wrong that causes powerful men to leap out of chairs and start shouting orders. Messengers were dispatched immediately. Guards rushed toward Cleopatra's residence. Everyone suddenly moved with impressive speed. The problem was that they were moving with impressive speed several hours too late. When Roman officials finally reached the Queen, they discovered that Cleopatra had already acted. The exact details remain one of history's great mysteries. Ancient writers disagreed almost immediately. Some insisted an asp had been smuggled into her chambers, hidden among figs. Others argued poison was concealed in a hairpin. Some claimed a snake was involved. Others suspected something far less dramatic. Ancient historians were often united in one thing: their inability to agree with each other. What is certain is that Cleopatra succeeded. The queen had slipped beyond Octavian's control, and that was the true surprise. Not the method, not the mystery, not even the timing. The surprise was that after conquering Egypt, defeating Antony, and winning the Roman world, Octavian had still lost the one thing he wanted most: his living trophy. The woman he planned to display before Rome had quietly removed herself from the script. And somewhere in the palace, one can almost imagine a Roman officer realizing that the most closely watched woman in the Mediterranean had somehow beaten all of them one final time. The future emperor was about to discover that victory and satisfaction are not always the same thing. When Octavian received Cleopatra's letter, he immediately understood the situation. The request itself was simple. She wished to be buried beside Mark Antony. Nothing more. No negotiations. No pleas for mercy. No desperate attempt to save herself. Just a burial request. To an experienced politician, this was roughly equivalent to receiving a message that said, "By the way, I have already solved my own problem." Octavian reacted instantly. Orders were shouted. Messengers ran. Guards rushed toward Cleopatra's chambers. The future ruler of Rome suddenly displayed the speed and urgency of a man realizing that months of careful planning might be about to collapse. Unfortunately, he was correct. When Roman officials arrived, it was already over. Cleopatra was beyond their reach. For a few moments, the conquerors of Egypt simply stood there looking at the outcome. This was not supposed to happen. Octavian had planned everything carefully. He had defeated Antony. He had secured Alexandria. He had captured Egypt. He had protected the treasury. He had neutralized every major threat. The plan was working perfectly, except for one tiny detail. The most important prisoner had escaped, not physically, strategically, and somehow that was even more frustrating. The irony was almost painful. After years of warfare, thousands of casualties, and the complete reorganization of the Roman world, the future emperor found himself outmaneuvered by a woman he had already defeated. Technically, he still won. History would remember him as Augustus, Rome's first emperor. His victory was complete. But victories have different flavors. Some taste glorious, others taste slightly bitter. This one probably tasted like someone taking the last piece of cake immediately before you reached for it. The Roman officers inspected the scene. Questions were asked, theories were discussed. Nobody seemed entirely certain what had happened. Was it the famous asp? Was it poison? Was it something else? The uncertainty began almost immediately. In fact, historians have spent more than 2,000 years arguing about the details. This is one of history's oldest traditions. When nobody knows the answer, everyone becomes an expert. Meanwhile, Octavian had a practical problem. What exactly was he supposed to tell Rome? His greatest enemy was dead. Egypt was conquered. But Cleopatra would never appear in his triumph. That image, the defeated queen marching through Roman streets, had vanished forever. The crowd would still cheer. The victory would still be celebrated. Yet the most dramatic scene was gone. Somewhere behind his carefully controlled public expression, Octavian must have felt a certain irritation. Because despite losing her kingdom, her army, her allies, and ultimately her life, Cleopatra had still managed to deny him the ending he wanted. And for a ruler who would soon command the entire Roman world, that was a surprisingly personal defeat. The moment Cleopatra died, something fascinating happened. History immediately began rewriting her. Not intentionally, not maliciously, just the normal way history tends to operate whenever famous people are involved. The real Cleopatra had been a politician, strategist, diplomat, linguist, administrator, naval commander, economist, and queen. The legendary Cleopatra was rapidly becoming something else entirely. A romantic symbol, a tragic heroine. A woman whose entire life would eventually be reduced to a love story. This would have probably annoyed her. Quite a lot. After all, Cleopatra had spent decades governing a kingdom. She spoke multiple languages. She managed Egypt's economy. She negotiated with foreign powers. She survived political crises that would have destroyed most rulers. Yet future generations would often summarize her career as, "She met two Roman men." History can be wonderfully unfair. Meanwhile, Octavian understood that controlling the story was almost as important as winning the war. The Roman leader was a master of public relations long before the phrase existed. He wanted Romans to remember Cleopatra in a very specific way. Not as a capable ruler, not as a skilled political rival. Certainly not as someone who had nearly reshaped the Roman world. Instead, she would be portrayed as an exotic foreign queen who had corrupted Antony and distracted him from his duties. This version of events happened to make Octavian look much better. A remarkable coincidence. Poets joined in. Writers joined in. Artists joined in. Before long, the real events were becoming buried beneath layers of storytelling. Even the famous snake became larger than life. The asp turned into one of history's most recognizable symbols, despite the fact that nobody could fully agree whether it had even been there. Reality slowly disappeared. Legend took its place. The funny part is that the actual story was already dramatic enough. There was no need for embellishment. A queen trapped by a Roman conqueror, a false death rumour, a wounded Antony being hauled through a window, treasure-filled tombs, political intrigue, last-minute negotiations, a future emperor desperately trying to keep his most valuable prisoner alive. The real story already sounded unbelievable, yet humanity looked at all that and collectively decided, you know what this needs? More drama. And so the legend grew. For centuries, people would remember Cleopatra as one of history's great tragic figures. But very few would remember the confusion, misunderstandings, awkward moments, and spectacular communication failures that filled her final weeks. Which is a shame, because sometimes history becomes most interesting precisely when its heroes stop behaving like legends and start behaving like human beings. And Cleopatra's final days were filled with exactly that kind of humanity. The funniest part of Cleopatra's final days is not the snake. It is not the treasure. It is not even Mark Antony being hauled through a window like an oversized sack of grain. The funniest part is that almost everyone involved spent those final weeks misunderstanding what was actually happening. Consider the cast of characters. Octavian believed he could control Cleopatra. Cleopatra believed she might still find a way to control events. Antony believed Cleopatra was dead. Cleopatra was very much alive. Messengers believed they were sharing useful information. They were not. Roman officers believed they were preventing surprises. They were in fact being surprised repeatedly. For a story that later became one of history's greatest tragedies, an astonishing amount of it was powered by confusion. Take Antony, for example. Here was one of the most accomplished military commanders of his age. He had fought alongside Julius Caesar. He had commanded massive armies. He had governed huge territories. Then a rumour reached him, and instead of verifying it, questioning it, or spending 5 minutes investigating whether it was true, he simply accepted it. The fate of kingdoms was altered because somebody skipped the ancient equivalent of fact-checking. Meanwhile, Octavian spent weeks carefully planning Cleopatra's future. Every detail mattered. Every possibility was considered. Every risk was analysed. Yet the one thing he wanted most, a living Cleopatra in Rome, was the one thing he failed to obtain. The future emperor conquered Egypt but lost the ending. That takes talent. Then there was Cleopatra herself. History often portrays her final days as solemn and tragic. And certainly they were tragic. Her kingdom was gone. Her dynasty was ending. Her allies were dead. Yet through all of it she remained remarkably stubborn. Even when she had lost almost everything, she continued making decisions for herself. That determination frustrated nearly everyone around her, especially the Romans. Perhaps that is why her story survived. Not because she won. She didn't. Not because she defeated Octavian. She couldn't. But because she refused to let others write the final chapter while she was still alive to hold the pen. And so Egypt's last queen passed into history. The kingdom disappeared. The dynasty ended. The Roman Empire rose. Yet more than 2,000 years later, people still remember Cleopatra. Meanwhile, most of the officials, messengers, soldiers, and politicians who spent months trying to control her have been largely forgotten. History can be very sarcastic that way. In the end, Cleopatra's final days were tragic. They were dramatic. They were historic. But they were also filled with misunderstandings, awkward moments, bad timing, and enough human error to remind us that even the most famous figures in history were still, at the end of the day, people trying to figure things out as they went along. When people imagine Viking romance, they often picture a fearless warrior spotting a beautiful woman across a crowded feast hall, exchanging meaningful glances, and somehow beginning a love story worthy of a saga. The reality was usually far less dramatic and far more practical. In Viking society, marriage was not simply a personal decision. It was a family matter, a business arrangement, a political alliance, and sometimes a way to settle disputes without anyone needing to lose a finger. Love might eventually grow from a marriage, but it was rarely the first consideration. A Viking family looking for a suitable match examined many factors. Reputation mattered greatly. A family known for honesty, wealth, and strong connections attracted more interest than one known for feuds, debts, or suspicious livestock disappearances. Marriage linked entire households together, meaning every relative became part of the equation. For young men, proving their worth was important. A potential husband needed to show he could support a household. Owning land was ideal. Having livestock helped. Demonstrating skill as a trader, craftsman, sailor, or warrior also increased his chances. Nobody wanted their daughter marrying a man whose greatest achievement was surviving 3 consecutive drinking contests. Young women were valued for far more than beauty. Families looked for qualities that would contribute to a successful household. A capable woman managed food supplies, supervised workers, produced textiles, and helped maintain the family's wealth. Running a Viking farm was not a small responsibility. It required intelligence, organisation, and enough patience to deal with both livestock and relatives. Despite the strong influence of families, Norse women often enjoyed more rights than many women elsewhere in medieval Europe. While parents played an important role in arranging matches, women were not always passive participants. Saga literature contains numerous examples of women expressing opinions about potential husbands, rejecting unsuitable candidates, and occasionally influencing decisions in surprisingly direct ways. Courtship itself could happen in many settings. Seasonal festivals, community gatherings, markets, religious celebrations, and family feasts all provided opportunities for young people to meet. These events allowed families to observe potential matches while pretending they were simply enjoying the entertainment. Because beneath the music, storytelling, and ale, important calculations were taking place. Every conversation, every introduction, and every visit could be the beginning of negotiations that would unite families, strengthen alliances, and shape the future of entire households. For Vikings, choosing a partner was rarely left to chance. After all, love was wonderful. Productive farmland, useful relatives, and a stable future were even better. Long before a Viking man or woman began searching for a spouse, they spent years preparing for the responsibilities that marriage would bring. In Norse society, adulthood was not marked by a birthday cake, an awkward family dinner, or a driver's license. It was measured by competence. Could you contribute to the household? Could you work? Could you survive? If the answer was yes, marriage became a realistic possibility. From childhood, boys and girls learned the skills expected of them as future adults. Young boys accompanied their fathers and older relatives into fields, forests, workshops, and ships. They learned how to farm difficult land, repair tools, handle livestock, navigate coastal waters, and defend themselves if necessary. Life in Scandinavia could be harsh, and there was little room for someone who preferred sleeping late while everyone else worked. Many boys also dreamed of earning wealth through trade, exploration, or raiding. Success could dramatically improve their marriage prospects. Returning home with silver, valuable goods, or a growing reputation was often more attractive than simply possessing a charming smile. Girls underwent equally demanding preparation. They learned spinning, weaving, cooking, food preservation, brewing, and household management. These tasks may sound ordinary today, but in Viking society they were critical for survival. A skilled woman could significantly increase a family's prosperity. Producing cloth alone was a massive undertaking that required knowledge, patience, and countless hours of labour. As girls matured, they often assumed greater responsibilities within the household. They managed supplies, supervised younger children, and learned how to organise daily operations. Running a successful Viking farm was not unlike managing a small business, except the business occasionally involved sheep escaping during snowstorms. By their teenage years, both young men and women were already being observed by their communities. Reputation mattered enormously. Hard work, good behaviour, and reliability enhanced future marriage opportunities. Laziness, recklessness, or a habit of starting unnecessary feuds could quickly damage one's prospects. Families paid close attention to these qualities. They wanted future sons-in-law and daughters-in-law who could strengthen the household rather than create problems. Marriage was expected to last for years and involve cooperation between entire families. Choosing poorly could lead to disputes, financial hardship, or endless arguments during family gatherings. As a result, courtship did not begin with romantic gestures alone. It began with years of preparation. Every skill learned, every responsibility accepted, and every reputation earned helped shape a young Viking's future. By the time marriage negotiations eventually started, families already knew a great deal about the people involved. In small communities, everyone's strengths, weaknesses, and embarrassing childhood mistakes were usually common knowledge. Once a young man and woman appeared suitable for marriage, the process moved beyond simple interest and entered a stage that Vikings took very seriously: negotiation. This was the point where families became heavily involved. While the future couple certainly mattered, the marriage itself was viewed as an agreement between households. Parents, relatives, and sometimes influential community members gathered to discuss terms that would affect everyone involved. A Viking marriage was not simply announced. It was arranged through careful discussion and formal agreements. These negotiations could last weeks or even months, depending on the families, their wealth, and the complexity of the situation. One of the most important topics was property. The groom's family typically provided a bride price, known as the munda. This payment was given to the bride's family and served as proof that the groom could support a household. It demonstrated commitment and financial stability. A man who could not provide a respectable munda might struggle to convince a family that he was ready for marriage. At the same time, the bride usually brought property into the marriage as well. This dowry could include livestock, clothing, household goods, land rights, silver, or other valuable possessions. Far from being a symbolic gift, the dowry often represented a significant contribution to the new household's future prosperity. The discussions were not purely financial. Families also considered reputation, alliances, and long-term benefits. Marrying into a respected family could provide protection, trade opportunities, and valuable connections. In a world where local politics could be complicated and feuds could last generations, good alliances were often worth their weight in silver. Naturally, not every negotiation went smoothly. Some families demanded more than others. Wealthy households could be extremely selective. Proud fathers occasionally valued their daughters at prices that made nearby farmers question whether they were arranging a marriage or purchasing an entire fleet of ships. The Icelandic sagas preserve many stories of difficult negotiations, stubborn relatives, and heated discussions. Some meetings ended successfully. Others collapsed when neither side was willing to compromise. Yet despite occasional disagreements, these negotiations served an important purpose. They helped ensure that both families entered the marriage with clear expectations and mutual obligations. By the time an agreement was finally reached, everyone knew their responsibilities. Property had been discussed, alliances had been formed, and preparations could begin. Only then could the couple move closer to the wedding itself, a celebration that would involve feasting, drinking, gifts, and enough food to remind everyone that Viking hospitality was almost as important as Viking warfare. Once families had reached an agreement, the future bride and groom were no longer complete strangers, linked only by negotiations. Now came the period of courtship, when the relationship itself began to develop. Modern dating often focuses on private conversations, shared hobbies, and long walks designed to determine compatibility. Viking courtship was somewhat different. Communities were small, privacy was rare, and there was usually a relative nearby who considered everyone else's business their personal hobby. Most young people met at gatherings where families and neighbours came together. Seasonal festivals, harvest celebrations, religious ceremonies, local assemblies and trading markets all created opportunities for interaction. These events were among the few occasions when large numbers of people gathered in one place, making them ideal for meeting potential partners. Feasts played a particularly important role. During these celebrations, young men and women could talk, observe one another, and demonstrate their skills. A man might gain attention through storytelling, poetry, athletic contests, or displays of confidence. A woman could showcase intelligence, household skills, conversation, and social grace. Contrary to modern stereotypes, Vikings valued wit almost as much as physical strength. The Norse admired cleverness. A person who could speak well, negotiate effectively, or compose a memorable verse often earned considerable respect. Being able to swing an axe was useful. Being able to avoid needing the axe in the first place was sometimes even better. Gift-giving also became part of courtship. Small gifts helped demonstrate affection and commitment. Jewellery, finely crafted items, clothing, or personal possessions might be exchanged between the couple. Such gifts carried symbolic meaning and often served as visible reminders of the growing relationship. Saga literature contains numerous examples of romance developing during this stage. Some stories describe genuine affection and mutual admiration. Others involve misunderstandings, jealous rivals, stubborn parents, and enough family drama to keep a saga writer employed for years. Women frequently had more influence over courtship than outsiders sometimes assume. A determined woman could encourage a match, discourage an unwanted suitor, or persuade relatives to reconsider their plans. While family approval remained important, personal feelings were not entirely ignored. Of course, not every courtship ended happily. Illness, changing political circumstances, financial difficulties, or family disputes could still disrupt marriage plans. Life in the Viking Age offered no guarantees. But when courtship progressed successfully, excitement began to build throughout both households. Negotiations were complete, gifts had been exchanged, and preparations were underway. The next step was the wedding itself, a celebration so important that guests might travel long distances simply for the chance to eat, drink, and witness the creation of a new family. After months of preparation, negotiations, and courtship, the wedding day finally arrived. For Viking families, this was not a quiet ceremony attended by a handful of relatives. It was one of the most important celebrations a community could hold, combining legal agreements, family alliances, religious traditions, and enough food and drink to test the limits of human judgment. Weddings were often scheduled during times when travel was easier and food supplies were plentiful. Harvest season was particularly popular. Families wanted guests arriving in good spirits rather than stumbling through snowstorms while questioning every decision that had brought them there. Preparations could take weeks. Large quantities of ale and mead had to be brewed. Animals were selected for slaughter. Bread was baked, fish prepared, and seating arranged. Hospitality was a serious matter in Viking society. A family that hosted a poor wedding feast risked becoming the subject of gossip for years. Guests often travelled considerable distances to attend. Relatives, neighbours, friends, and important allies gathered to witness the union. Their presence served an important purpose. Marriage was not simply a private event, it was a public agreement recognised by the community. The ceremony itself varied across the Viking world, but certain elements appeared frequently. Oaths were exchanged, gifts were presented, and legal agreements were confirmed before witnesses. These public declarations helped ensure that everyone understood the rights and obligations created by the marriage. The bride was often accompanied by female relatives who assisted with preparations. Special clothing, jewellery, and family heirlooms might be worn during the ceremony. The groom likewise dressed in his finest attire. For one day, even the man who usually smelled faintly of livestock and seawater attempted to appear respectable. Feasting followed. Long tables filled with roasted meats, fish, bread, cheese, and ale became the centre of the celebration. Storytelling, music, games, and drinking occupied much of the gathering. Skalds recited poetry. Guests exchanged news and formed new connections. The wedding feast strengthened social bonds just as much as it celebrated the couple. One tradition may even be responsible for the modern term honeymoon. Newly married couples were sometimes expected to drink mead for a month after the wedding. Whether this always improved marital harmony remains unknown, though it probably made difficult relatives slightly easier to tolerate. The festivities could continue for several days, but beneath the laughter, drinking, and celebration, something significant had occurred. Two individuals had become husband and wife. More importantly, in Viking eyes, two families had become permanently connected. The feast marked not the end of the story, but the beginning of a new household that would face the challenges of Viking life together. Once the wedding feast ended, and the last guest finally stopped asking for one more cup of ale, reality returned. The married couple now faced the challenge that every Viking family eventually encountered: daily life. While Viking marriages were built on legal agreements and family alliances, they also depended on cooperation. Survival in the Norse world required constant work, and a successful household functioned best when both husband and wife fulfilled important responsibilities. The husband was generally considered the head of the household in legal and political matters. He represented the family at assemblies, managed trade agreements, oversaw farming operations, and provided protection when necessary. Whether working fields, sailing to distant markets, or joining military expeditions, his actions directly affected the family's prosperity. However, this did not mean the wife held a minor role. In fact, Viking women often exercised considerable authority within the home. The wife managed household affairs, supervised food production, controlled storage supplies, directed servants or workers if the family had them, and oversaw textile production. These responsibilities were essential. A poorly managed household could struggle through winter regardless of how successful the husband might be elsewhere. One powerful symbol of a married woman's authority was the set of household keys she often carried. These keys represented control over storage rooms, valuables, food supplies, and important resources. In many ways, they were a visible reminder that the household depended heavily on her judgment. Daily life was demanding for both spouses. A typical day might begin before sunrise and continue until darkness. Fields required attention, animals needed feeding, repairs were constant, food had to be prepared and preserved, clothing had to be produced, children required supervision. The romantic excitement of courtship quickly gave way to practical concerns, such as whether enough hay had been gathered for winter, or why a goat had once again escaped its enclosure. Many husbands spent extended periods away from home. Trading voyages, fishing expeditions, seasonal travel, or military campaigns could keep men absent for weeks or months. During these times, wives often managed the household independently. Saga accounts frequently describe women making important decisions, protecting family property, and maintaining order while their husbands were away. This level of responsibility earned respect. The strongest Viking marriages were often partnerships built on mutual dependence. Each spouse possessed skills the other needed. Neither could easily succeed alone. The sagas celebrate warriors, explorers, and kings. But behind many of those stories stood capable husbands and wives, working together to maintain their households. Because while conquering distant shores might earn fame, keeping a Viking farm running through a Scandinavian winter was its own kind of achievement. Despite popular images of Vikings as relentless warriors, their marriages contained many of the same emotions found in relationships throughout history. There was affection, loyalty, jealousy, frustration, compromise, and occasionally the strong desire to throw something at a spouse who had made a particularly foolish decision. Marriage was expected to create stability, but that did not mean every relationship was harmonious. Living in close quarters while managing a demanding household created plenty of opportunities for disagreement. Financial difficulties, family feuds, inheritance disputes, and long periods of separation could place enormous strain on a marriage. A husband returning from months at sea might find that life at home had changed considerably. A wife managing the household alone might not appreciate being told how things should have been done by someone who had spent the past season elsewhere. The Icelandic sagas contain countless examples of marital conflict. Some disputes were minor and humorous, others became serious enough to involve entire families. Harsh words could damage reputations, broken promises could create lasting resentment, In extreme cases, disagreements between spouses could contribute to larger feuds involving relatives and neighbours. Yet Viking society also recognised something unusual for the medieval world: divorce. Unlike many societies of the time, Norse women often possessed the legal right to end a marriage under certain circumstances. Divorce was not viewed as ideal, but it was accepted as a legitimate solution when a relationship failed. The process itself was surprisingly formal. A woman seeking divorce generally had to declare her intention before witnesses. The exact procedures varied across regions, but public declarations were important because they established the legal end of the marriage. Property rights, dowries, and financial obligations then had to be settled according to local customs and laws. Men could also initiate divorce under certain conditions. Common reasons included abandonment, abuse, failure to provide support, repeated violence, or behaviour considered dishonourable. The fact that these legal options existed suggests that Viking marriage was viewed as a contract carrying responsibilities for both parties. This legal flexibility gave women a degree of protection that was uncommon in many parts of medieval Europe. A wife was not necessarily trapped forever in an unsuccessful marriage. Of course, divorce was rarely simple. Families often became involved, property had to be divided, and community opinions could complicate matters. Nobody enjoyed becoming the main topic of discussion at every feast and gathering for the next several months. Still, the existence of divorce reveals an important truth about Viking marriage. It was not simply about creating an alliance. It was also about maintaining a functioning partnership. And when that partnership completely broke down, Norse law recognised that sometimes the best solution was for both people to go their separate ways. For Viking couples, marriage was not viewed as the final goal. It was the beginning of something much larger. Families expected a marriage to produce children, strengthen the household, and ensure that property, traditions, and family honour continued into the next generation. Children were enormously important in Norse society. Life expectancy was uncertain, disease was common, and daily life carried many risks. Every family understood that the future depended on raising capable sons and daughters who could eventually take over responsibilities within the household. A successful marriage was often measured not only by the happiness of the couple, but by the strength of the family they created together. The birth of a child was therefore a significant event. Relatives gathered to celebrate, gifts were exchanged, and hopes for the child's future began almost immediately. Parents looked at newborns and imagined future farmers, traders, craftsmen, explorers, or household leaders. The baby, meanwhile, was mostly concerned with sleeping and creating problems at inconvenient hours. Naming ceremonies carried special importance. Many children were named after respected ancestors, helping preserve family memory across generations. Names connected the living to the dead, reinforcing the idea that each generation formed part of a larger family story. Carrying the name of a successful grandparent brought honour, but it also created expectations. No pressure, of course, just generations of family reputation resting on your tiny shoulders. Both parents played important roles in raising children. Fathers taught practical skills, family history, and legal obligations. Sons often learned farming, trading, hunting, sailing, or warfare from male relatives. Mothers taught daughters household management, textile production, food preparation, and the countless skills necessary to run a successful home. However, these divisions were not always rigid. In smaller households, everyone learned a little of everything. As children grew, they became active contributors to the family economy. Young boys and girls helped care for animals, gather resources, assist with chores, and support daily operations. Childhood existed, but it was generally shorter than what many people experience today. Responsibility arrived early. Family expectations extended beyond immediate survival. Parents hoped their children would strengthen the family's reputation, create new alliances through marriage, and protect inherited property. Every successful child increased the family's standing within the community. For Viking couples, this was the ultimate purpose of marriage. Not merely romance or companionship, but continuity. Through children, families preserved their names, their wealth, their traditions, and their place in society. In a world where fame could be fleeting and fortunes could disappear, raising the next generation was perhaps the most important legacy anyone could leave behind. By the time we reach the end of the story, one thing becomes clear. Viking marriage was far more complex than the popular image often presented in movies and television. It was not simply a tale of fierce warriors carrying away brides, while dramatic music played in the background. Nor was it purely a cold business arrangement with no room for personal feelings. The reality existed somewhere between those extremes. Marriage sat at the very centre of Viking society. It connected families, protected property, created alliances, produced heirs, and helped communities remain stable in an often unpredictable world. Every major aspect of life, wealth, reputation, inheritance, politics, and survival, could be influenced by whom a person married. For that reason, Vikings approached marriage with remarkable seriousness. Long before he became a general, a president, or the face staring back from a dollar bill, George Washington was simply a young man searching for a place in the world. He was born in 1732 in colonial Virginia into a family that was respectable, but not among the richest members of the colony's elite. His father, Augustine Washington, owned land and enjoyed a comfortable position. But when George was only 11 years old, that stability suddenly changed. Augustine died, leaving the family without the guidance and opportunities that a wealthy father could provide. Unlike many young gentlemen of Virginia's highest class, George never attended college in England. He never received the expensive formal education that many future leaders enjoyed. Instead, he faced a reality that would have been familiar to countless young men throughout history. If he wanted success, he would have to earn it himself. Fortunately, George possessed something that could not be inherited: ambition. Even as a teenager, Washington displayed an unusual determination to improve his position. He carefully studied books on manners, copied rules of behaviour into notebooks, and observed how successful men conducted themselves. He understood that reputation mattered. In colonial Virginia, connections opened doors, but personal discipline helped keep them open. One of the most important influences in his young life was his older half-brother Lawrence Washington. Lawrence had served in the British military and moved among Virginia's wealthiest families. Through Lawrence, young George gained access to influential people who would help shape his future. Among them was Thomas Fairfax, a powerful landowner whose vast estates stretched toward the western frontier. To many colonists, the frontier represented uncertainty. Dense forests covered enormous areas, rivers cut through unexplored valleys, mountains formed barriers between settled communities and the wilderness beyond. The region was beautiful, dangerous, and largely unmapped. To George Washington, it represented opportunity. While other young men dreamed of inheriting wealth, Washington saw potential in the lands beyond the settled colonies. The frontier offered something increasingly rare in the crowded eastern regions: room to grow. The challenge, of course, was that these lands were not empty. Native nations had lived there for generations. Wild animals roamed the forests. Travel was difficult, and survival often depended on preparation and luck. Yet the risks only seemed to increase Washington's interest. As he approached his mid-teens, an opportunity appeared that would change the course of his life. It would send him deep into the wilderness, teach him valuable skills, and introduce him to a world far harsher than the comfortable plantations of eastern Virginia. The young man who entered that wilderness was still searching for his future. The man who emerged would begin building one. The opportunity that changed George Washington's life did not arrive in the form of a military commission, a political office, or a great inheritance. It arrived with a compass, a measuring chain, and a great deal of walking. In 1748, at just 16 years old, Washington joined a surveying expedition into Virginia's western lands. The journey was organised through the influence of Thomas Fairfax, whose vast estates stretched across the frontier. Fairfax needed reliable surveyors to map and divide his lands, and the young George quickly caught his attention. For Washington, this was more than a job. It was a chance to step into a world that few young Virginians ever experienced firsthand. Surveying was one of the most important professions in colonial America. Land was wealth, and wealth depended on knowing exactly where one piece of land ended and another began. Surveyors measured forests, rivers, valleys, and mountains, creating maps that transformed wilderness into property. The work demanded precision. A small mistake could lead to disputes worth fortunes. Surveyors carried chains for measuring distance, compasses for determining direction, and notebooks filled with calculations. Every tree, stream, ridge, and boundary had to be carefully recorded. For a teenager, it was demanding work. Days often began before sunrise and ended after dark. Washington and his companions travelled through rough terrain, crossed icy rivers, climbed steep hills, and endured weather that seemed personally offended by their presence. One early expedition took him into the Shenandoah Valley, a region of remarkable beauty. Dense forests stretched across the landscape. Mountain ranges dominated the horizon. Rivers wound through fertile valleys that many colonists viewed as the future of Virginia. Washington was fascinated. His journals reveal a young man carefully observing everything around him. He noted the quality of land, the size of forests, and the possibilities for future settlement. While others saw wilderness, Washington increasingly saw opportunity. The frontier also exposed him to a wider range of people than he had encountered at home. He met settlers carving farms from forests, hunters living far from established communities, and experienced frontiersmen who possessed skills that no classroom could teach. Many lived under difficult conditions that would have shocked wealthy Virginians back east. The experience matured him quickly. Surveying required responsibility, self-discipline, and independence. There was little room for carelessness when mistakes could cost money or place travellers in danger. Most importantly, Washington began earning his own income. For the first time, he was building a career through his own efforts rather than relying on family connections alone. The wilderness was becoming his classroom, and every mile travelled taught lessons that would prove valuable long after the surveying work ended. The frontier was beginning to shape the future leader, even if nobody yet realised it. As Washington gained experience as a surveyor, his assignments carried him farther from the settled regions of Virginia and deeper into the frontier. The comfortable plantations and organised towns of the eastern colonies gradually disappeared behind him, replaced by forests that seemed to stretch forever. This was not wilderness in the modern sense, complete with marked trails and helpful maps. Much of the land Washington explored was unfamiliar to European settlers. Dense woods covered hills and valleys. Rivers often served as highways, barriers, and navigational guides all at once. Travellers could spend days without encountering a single permanent settlement. For a young man barely out of childhood, the experience was both exciting and intimidating. Washington and his companions frequently travelled on horseback through difficult terrain. Paths could vanish without warning. Streams that appeared manageable in the morning could become dangerous obstacles after heavy rain. A simple journey often required careful planning and considerable patience. The weather rarely cooperated. Spring brought mud that seemed determined to swallow boots whole. Summer brought heat, insects, and exhausting days under the sun. Winter introduced freezing temperatures and snow-covered landscapes that transformed ordinary travel into a test of endurance. Washington recorded many of these experiences in his journals. One expedition forced him to sleep outdoors in conditions that were far from comfortable. Instead of a warm bed, he found himself lying on the ground beneath the open sky. Instead of a hearty dinner, meals were often whatever could be carried or obtained along the journey. The frontier was not interested in anyone's social status. Out there, a wealthy landowner and a poor labourer both became equally wet during a storm. Yet Washington seemed to thrive on the challenge. The wilderness demanded self-reliance. Problems had to be solved immediately because there was rarely anyone nearby to help. If equipment broke, it had to be repaired. If supplies ran low, solutions had to be found. Complaining accomplished very little, though it probably remained popular. The frontier also taught him observation. A successful surveyor needed to notice everything. The shape of a hill, the direction of a river, the quality of soil, and the location of natural landmarks all mattered. Over time, Washington developed an eye for details that others might overlook. Perhaps most importantly, he learned confidence. Every successful expedition proved that he could handle difficulties, make decisions, and endure hardship. The timid teenager who had first entered the wilderness was gradually disappearing. In his place emerged a young man becoming comfortable with uncertainty, challenge, and risk. Those qualities would serve him well, because the frontier still had many lessons left to teach, and some of them would be far more dangerous than sleeping under the stars. The deeper George Washington travelled into the frontier, the more he discovered that surveying was only part of the job. The wilderness did not care how accurately he measured a field or how neatly he drew a map. Before he could calculate property lines, he first had to survive the journey itself. By the late 1740s and early 1750s, Washington was spending long periods in regions where roads barely existed. Travel often meant following narrow trails, crossing rivers on horseback, and navigating forests that seemed endless. Every expedition became a lesson in endurance. One of the first things the young surveyor learned was how quickly conditions could change. A calm river in the morning might become dangerous after heavy rain. A clear trail could vanish beneath fallen trees. A pleasant day could end with freezing temperatures. On the frontier, nature constantly reminded travellers that making plans and controlling events were not necessarily the same thing. Washington learned to pack carefully and waste nothing. Food had to last for long journeys. Equipment had to be maintained. A broken tool could create serious problems when the nearest settlement was several days away. Every item carried into the wilderness served a purpose. He also learned the value of adaptability. When campsites proved unsuitable, new ones had to be found. When weather ruined plans, routes had to change. Frontier travel rewarded flexibility and punished stubbornness. Fortunately, Washington possessed plenty of determination. Unfortunately, nature often possessed more. Sleeping arrangements were rarely comfortable. Many nights were spent outdoors with little protection from rain, cold, or insects. Blankets became precious possessions. A dry campsite felt like luxury. a warm meal could improve morale far more effectively than any inspiring speech. The young Virginian also learned to read the landscape. Experienced frontiersmen taught him how rivers flowed through valleys where game animals could be found, and how weather patterns affected travel. Knowledge of terrain often meant the difference between a successful expedition and a miserable one. The frontier demanded physical toughness as well. Washington rode long distances, walked difficult terrain, and endured conditions that would have convinced many gentlemen to return home immediately. Instead, each hardship seemed to strengthen his confidence. Over time, he developed a reputation for resilience. People noticed that the young surveyor could handle discomfort without complaint and continue working when conditions became difficult. These qualities earned respect among experienced frontiersmen who were not easily impressed. Without realizing it, Washington was receiving an education that no school could provide. The frontier was teaching patience, discipline, endurance, and leadership. Years later, when he faced military campaigns, harsh winters, and impossible odds, many of the skills that helped him endure would trace back to these early days spent surviving on the edge of Britain's American empire. As George Washington continued exploring the frontier, he encountered something that maps and surveying instruments could never fully explain. The people who had lived on these lands long before British colonists arrived. To many settlers in Virginia, the western frontier appeared to be an empty wilderness waiting to be claimed. The reality was far more complicated. The forests, rivers, and valleys Washington travelled through were part of a vast network of Native American territories, trade routes, hunting grounds, and communities. For a young surveyor, these encounters provided an education unlike anything he could have received at home. Washington met members of various native nations during his journeys. Some interactions were brief and peaceful. Others required careful diplomacy and mutual caution. On the frontier, misunderstandings could have serious consequences, and both settlers and native communities understood this well. The young Virginian quickly learned that survival in the wilderness often depended on knowledge that native peoples had developed over countless generations. They understood the landscape in ways few European settlers could match. They knew the best travel routes through forests, the locations of important rivers and crossings, the habits of local wildlife, and the changing patterns of the seasons. What appeared to Washington as a vast and untamed wilderness was, to many native communities, a familiar homeland filled with meaning and history. These encounters challenged some of the assumptions common among colonial settlers. Washington discovered that the frontier was not simply a line separating civilization from wilderness. It was a complex meeting ground where different cultures, interests, and ambitions constantly interacted. At the same time, tensions were growing. British colonists continued pushing westward in search of land and opportunity. Native nations sought to protect territories that were essential to their survival. French traders and officials were also expanding their influence in the region. The frontier was becoming increasingly crowded, and competition for land was intensifying. Washington may not have fully understood it yet, but he was witnessing the early stages of conflicts that would eventually reshape North America. The young surveyor paid close attention to these developments. He listened to conversations about alliances, trade, territory, and power. He observed how important negotiation could be when different groups pursued competing goals. Years later, these experiences would prove invaluable. As a military officer and political leader, Washington would frequently deal with native nations, frontier settlers, and rival empires. The lessons began here, deep in the wilderness, where he first encountered the complicated human landscape beyond Virginia's settled borders. The frontier was no longer simply teaching him how to survive nature. It was teaching him how to navigate people, interests, and conflicts, skills that would shape the rest of his life. By the time George Washington reached his early 20s, he was no longer simply a surveyor exploring wilderness. He had become someone the colonial government believed could be trusted with responsibility. That trust would soon place him in the middle of a growing international crisis. Throughout the early 1750s, tensions between Britain and France were increasing across North America. Both empires claimed enormous stretches of territory west of the Appalachian Mountains, particularly in the Ohio country. Maps in London and Paris showed ownership of these lands, but on the ground the situation was far less clear. French soldiers were building forts. British colonists were moving west. Native nations were carefully weighing alliances, and everyone understood that conflict might not be far away. In 1753, Virginia's governor selected the 21-year-old Washington for an important assignment. His mission was straightforward in theory, but potentially dangerous in practice. He was ordered to travel deep into contested territory and deliver a message demanding that French forces leave lands claimed by Britain. For a young man with limited military experience, it was a remarkable opportunity. It was also a remarkable risk. Washington's journey took him hundreds of miles through some of the most difficult terrain in North America. Accompanied by guides, interpreters, and a small group of companions, he travelled through forests, crossed rivers, and visited native leaders whose support both empires desperately wanted. The trip tested every skill he had learned during his years on the frontier. His surveying experience helped him navigate unfamiliar landscapes. His knowledge of wilderness travel allowed him to endure harsh conditions. His encounters with different cultures helped him communicate with people whose interests did not always align with Britain's. Eventually, Washington reached the French commanders stationed in the region. The meeting was polite but tense. The French officers listened to his message, treated him respectfully, and then essentially informed him that they had no intention of leaving. Empires rarely abandon territory simply because a young messenger asks nicely. Washington now faced the challenge of returning home with this unwelcome news. The journey back proved even more dangerous than the trip out. Winter weather struck the frontier with full force. Rivers froze. Snow covered the landscape. At one point, Washington and a companion were forced to abandon horses and continue on foot through difficult conditions. The experience nearly cost him his life, yet he persevered, eventually returning to Virginia with valuable information about French positions and intentions. The mission transformed his reputation. For the first time, Washington attracted attention beyond Virginia's frontier communities. He had completed a difficult assignment under dangerous circumstances. More importantly, he had taken his first steps onto a much larger stage, one where surveying lines on maps would soon give way to drawing battle lines across a continent. Washington returned from his mission to the Ohio country with valuable information, but the report he delivered carried troubling news. The French were staying. They had no intention of abandoning their forts, no intention of surrendering their claims, and no intention of making Britain's life any easier on the frontier. For Virginia's leaders, this was unacceptable. For George Washington, it meant a new opportunity. In early 1754, he received a military promotion and was sent back toward the Ohio country, this time not as a messenger, but as an officer. At only 22 years old, he suddenly found himself responsible for soldiers, supplies, and decisions that could have serious consequences. The ambitious young Virginian was thrilled. For years he had admired military service. His older half-brother Lawrence had served in the British military and inspired George's fascination with uniforms, discipline, and honour. Now Washington finally had a chance to prove himself. The problem was that military command turned out to be considerably more complicated than surveying land. A surveyor mostly argued with rivers, mountains, and bad weather. An officer had to manage people. Washington quickly discovered that soldiers could be difficult. Supplies often arrived late. Equipment was frequently inadequate. Orders were sometimes unclear. Men complained, argued, and occasionally ignored instructions altogether. It was an education in leadership. As he advanced into the frontier, Washington worked alongside native allies and colonial troops while trying to monitor French movements. Reports arrived constantly. Rumours spread quickly. Nobody knew exactly where the next confrontation might occur. Then came the incident that would change everything. In May 1754, Washington and his men encountered a small French detachment near a place called Jumonville Glen. What exactly happened remains debated by historians even today. The encounter quickly turned violent, resulting in several French casualties, including the French officer Joseph Coulon de Jumonville. For Washington, the consequences were immediate. A local frontier dispute suddenly became something much larger. The French viewed the event as an attack. British authorities defended their position. News spread across North America and eventually reached Europe. The young officer probably did not realize it at the time, but his actions had helped ignite a conflict that would grow into the French and Indian War, itself part of the global conflict known as the 7 Years' War. It was a remarkable development. A young man who only a few years earlier had been measuring forests and drawing maps was now involved in events that would shape the future of empires. Washington had wanted military glory. Instead, he received something far more valuable: experience. The lessons, however, were only beginning, and the next one would arrive at a hastily constructed frontier fort called Fort Necessity. If George Washington imagined that military life would be a steady climb toward glory, the summer of 1754 delivered a very different lesson. After the clash at Jumonville Glen, Washington understood that French forces would likely respond. His small force was deep in contested territory, far from major British settlements and surrounded by uncertainty. He needed a defensive position, and he needed one quickly. The result was Fort Necessity. The name alone should have been a warning. Military commanders generally prefer forts named things like Victory, Strength, or Triumph. A fort named Necessity sounds like something built, because there were no better options available, which, unfortunately, was exactly the case. Washington selected a meadow known as Great Meadows and ordered his men to construct a small wooden fortification. The location seemed practical at first. It offered open ground and access to water. Yet it also had serious weaknesses that would soon become painfully obvious. The surrounding forests and higher ground overlooked the fort. To experienced military officers, this was less than ideal. To the French, it was an opportunity. As Washington worked to strengthen his position, French forces moved towards him. They greatly outnumbered his men and included experienced soldiers who were familiar with frontier warfare. Then, on a rainy day in July, the attack came. French and native forces surrounded Fort Necessity and opened fire from the nearby woods. Rain poured down relentlessly, turning the battlefield into mud. Gunpowder became damp. Trenches filled with water. Visibility worsened. Inside the fort, Washington's men struggled to respond. The enemy enjoyed superior positions among the trees and hills. Every attempt to return fire was difficult. The fort that had seemed useful days earlier now looked increasingly vulnerable. Hour after hour, the fighting continued. Washington did his best to maintain order. He moved among his soldiers, issued commands, and tried to keep morale from collapsing. Despite his youth, he showed courage under pressure. Yet courage alone could not solve the tactical problems facing his force. Eventually, the situation became hopeless. Outnumbered, exhausted, and trapped in deteriorating conditions, Washington agreed to surrender terms offered by the French. For any ambitious young officer, it was a bitter moment. His first independent military command had ended in defeat. Yet failure can be a powerful teacher. Washington later admitted that the experience revealed weaknesses in his judgment and exposed mistakes he needed to correct. He learned that bravery did not guarantee success. Preparation mattered. Positioning mattered. Logistics mattered. Most importantly, he learned humility. Years later, when he commanded armies during the American Revolution, the lessons of fort necessity remained with him. The frontier had given George Washington another education. This one came not through success, but through failure, and sometimes those lessons last the longest. By the end of 1754, George Washington had experienced more adventure, hardship, and responsibility than many men twice his age. He had crossed untamed wilderness, survived dangerous journeys, negotiated with native leaders, delivered messages between rival empires, commanded soldiers in combat, and suffered a public military defeat. Most young officers might have viewed fort necessity as a career-ending embarrassment. Washington saw it differently. He viewed it as unfinished business. The frontier had become more than a workplace. It had become the place where his ambitions were tested. Every challenge seemed to strengthen his determination rather than weaken it. If anything, the defeat convinced him that he needed more experience, more knowledge, and greater responsibility. The Great Wall of China is one of the most famous structures ever built by human hands. Nearly everyone has heard of it. Millions have visited it. Countless books, documentaries, and legends have been devoted to it. And yet, one of the most common beliefs about the Great Wall is completely wrong. Most people imagine a single gigantic wall stretching across China from one end of the country to the other. They picture a continuous stone barrier winding endlessly over mountains and deserts, built by a single emperor for a single purpose. The reality is far more fascinating. The Great Wall is not one wall, it is many walls. Over a period of more than 2,000 years, different Chinese kingdoms and dynasties built, rebuilt, expanded, repaired, abandoned, and connected defensive barriers across northern China. Some sections were made of stone, others used brick. Many were built from packed earth. Entire stretches have disappeared back into the landscape, reclaimed by wind, rain, and time. If every known section of the Great Wall were placed together, they would stretch for thousands of miles across mountains, valleys, deserts, and grasslands. The wall does not simply cross China. In many places, it seems to weave through history itself. Its origins reach back to a time before China was unified. During the Warring States period, rival kingdoms constructed their own defensive walls to protect against neighbouring enemies. These early fortifications were often crude by later standards, but they established a tradition that would continue for centuries. Then came emperors, invasions, wars, and grand ambitions. Each generation added its own chapter to the story. Some rulers viewed the wall as a shield protecting civilization from northern raiders. Others saw it as a symbol of imperial power. Soldiers stationed along its length spent lonely years watching distant horizons for signs of danger. Merchants passed nearby on ancient trade routes. Travellers carried stories from one watchtower to the next. Over time, facts became intertwined with legends. People claimed the wall could be seen from the moon. They whispered about ghosts haunting abandoned towers. They told stories of hidden treasures, buried workers, and tragic lovers whose fates became linked forever to its stones. The Great Wall became more than a military structure. It became a symbol, a monument to ambition, endurance, sacrifice, and human determination. And perhaps that is why it continues to fascinate us today. Because the Great Wall never truly ends. Not in stone, not in memory, and certainly not in legend. If the Great Wall has a beginning in popular imagination, it usually starts with one man, Qin Shi Huang. He was the ruler who unified China in 221 BC, ending centuries of warfare between rival kingdoms and creating the first Chinese empire. To later generations, he became a figure surrounded by equal parts admiration and fear. He standardized weights, measures, coins, and writing. He built roads across the empire. He commissioned the enormous terracotta army that still guards his tomb today. And he wanted a wall. Or more accurately, he wanted many existing walls connected into something larger. The northern frontier posed a constant problem for the new empire. Nomadic groups living on the vast grasslands beyond China's borders could move quickly across enormous distances. Raids into settled regions had occurred for generations. Qin Shi Huang wanted protection. His solution was ambitious even by imperial standards. Workers, soldiers, prisoners, and labourers were sent north to connect and expand defensive fortifications that already existed. Mountains had to be crossed. Valleys had to be bridged. Earth had to be dug, carried, and compacted. The project stretched across some of the harshest terrain in Asia. Building materials varied depending on location. In some regions, workers used packed earth. In others, they used stone. Everything had to be transported without modern machinery, without engines, and without any concern for workplace safety regulations. The result was brutal. Thousands upon thousands of people laboured under difficult conditions. Heat, cold, exhaustion, disease, and accidents took a heavy toll. Ancient records describe immense human suffering, though exact numbers remain impossible to determine. Naturally, such a colossal project inspired stories. Over time, legends spread that countless workers had died during construction and were buried directly within the wall itself. The image proved powerful and memorable. Generations repeated the tale until many accepted it as fact. Archaeologists, however, have found little evidence that large numbers of workers were literally entombed inside the structure. Most likely, the story emerged because so many people died during construction that the wall became associated with sacrifice itself. In Chinese folklore, Qin Shi Huang gradually transformed into something larger than life. To some, he was a visionary who united a fractured land. To others, he was a ruthless ruler willing to spend human lives as freely as building materials. Perhaps he was both. What is certain is that his wall captured the imagination of future generations. It represented the power of an emperor, determined to reshape the world around him. Whether admired or feared, Qin Shi Huang left behind a legacy that would outlive his empire itself. And with that legacy came one of the Great Wall's oldest mysteries. How much human sacrifice can be hidden beneath a monument built to last forever? No story connected to the Great Wall is more famous in China than the legend of Mengjiangnu. Unlike tales of emperors, generals, and invading armies, this story focuses on an ordinary woman whose grief became stronger than stone itself. The legend begins during the reign of Qin Shi Huang, when labourers were being sent across the empire to work on the wall. Among them was a young man named Fan Shiliang. In most versions of the story, Fan and Meng Jiangnu meet under unusual circumstances. Sometimes he is hiding from government officials who are searching for men to force into labour. Sometimes fate simply brings them together. Whatever the details, they fall in love and marry. For a brief moment, happiness seems possible. Then reality arrives. Soon after the wedding, Imperial agents seize Fan and send him north to work on the Great Wall. Like countless other labourers, he disappears into the immense construction project. Months pass, then more months. No letters arrive, no messages return. Meng Jiangnu waits, hoping for news of her husband. Eventually, as winter approaches, she decides to make the long journey herself. She prepares warm clothing and sets out across mountains, rivers, and difficult roads. The journey is exhausting, yet her determination never wavers. When she finally reaches the wall, she asks where her husband can be found. The answer shatters her world. Fan Siliang is dead. Like many workers, he perished during construction and was buried somewhere near the wall. No one can tell her exactly where. Overcome with grief, Meng Jiangnu begins to weep. And then the legend becomes extraordinary. Her sorrow is said to be so powerful that a section of the Great Wall collapses. Stones tumble down. Earth breaks apart. Hidden beneath the ruins are the remains of her husband. The image became one of the most enduring symbols in Chinese folklore. A grieving woman bringing down an imperial monument through the force of her tears alone. Over the centuries, the story evolved. Some versions portray Qin Shi Huang himself as the villain. Others add dramatic confrontations between the emperor and Meng Jiangnu. In certain retellings, her courage and integrity expose the cruelty of imperial rule. Historians agree that the story is not a literal account of events. Yet that hardly matters. Legends survive because they express deeper truths. For generations of ordinary people, Meng Jiangnu represented loyalty, love, and resistance against injustice. While emperors built walls and armies marched across frontiers, her story reminded listeners of the human cost hidden behind great achievements. The Great Wall may symbolize power, but the legend of Meng Jiangnu reminds us that even the grandest monuments are built by human hands and remembered through human hearts. The Great Wall is impressive during the day. At night, according to countless stories told across generations, it becomes something else entirely. For centuries, travellers, soldiers, and local villagers have shared tales of strange encounters along the wall. Some speak of ghostly figures appearing in the mist. Others describe mysterious footsteps echoing through empty watchtowers. A few claim to have heard distant voices calling across the mountains when no living person was nearby. Whether these stories are true is another matter, but the fact that they exist tells us something important about the wall itself. The Great Wall passes through some of the most isolated landscapes in China. It climbs steep mountain ridges, crosses deserts, and winds through lonely valleys where silence can feel almost unnatural. In many places, a traveller can stand alone for miles without seeing another person. It is exactly the kind of setting where legends thrive. One of the most common stories involves phantom soldiers. According to local folklore, the spirits of long-dead guards still patrol abandoned sections of the wall. Travellers sometimes reported seeing figures standing atop watchtowers at dawn or dusk. From a distance, they appeared to be soldiers on duty. When approached, however, they vanished. Other legends describe mysterious lantern lights. People claim to see flickering lights moving along remote stretches of the wall late at night, as if unseen sentries were still carrying out their ancient responsibilities. Some believed these lights belonged to the spirits of soldiers who died defending the frontier and refused to abandon their posts, even in death. There are also tales of ghostly sounds. Visitors occasionally reported hearing drums, horns, or shouted commands drifting through the darkness. These noises seemed especially common during storms, when strong winds swept through towers, tunnels, and ruined fortifications. Modern explanations are far less supernatural. Wind moving through stone structures can create strange sounds. Echoes travel surprisingly far in mountain regions. Mist and poor visibility can make ordinary objects appear unsettling. Human imagination tends to become remarkably active when standing alone in a deserted watchtower after sunset. Even so, the stories persisted, partly because the wall witnessed enormous amounts of human suffering. For centuries, soldiers lived and died along its length. Workers perished during construction. Frontier battles claimed countless lives. Entire generations spent lonely years far from home, guarding distant sections of the empire. Places with such histories rarely remain free of ghost stories. Perhaps people felt that so many lives could not simply disappear without leaving something behind. Whether one believes in spirits or not, the haunted legends of the Great Wall reveal a deeper truth. The wall is not merely stone and brick, it is a place filled with memories. And sometimes, memories can feel surprisingly alive. Among all the legends surrounding the Great Wall, one has travelled farther than any other. According to the story, the Great Wall of China is the only human-made structure visible from the moon. It is a claim that has appeared in textbooks, newspapers, tourist brochures, and countless conversations. Millions of people have repeated it. Many still believe it today. There is just one small problem. It is not true. The myth is older than most people realise. Versions of it began circulating long before anyone had actually travelled into space. During the 18th and 19th centuries, Western writers marvelled at the sheer scale of the Great Wall and speculated that it might be visible from extraordinary distances. At the time, nobody could test the claim. The moon was unimaginably far away. Space travel belonged entirely to the realm of dreams and science fiction. So the story grew. After all, the Great Wall seemed like the perfect candidate. It stretched across mountains and deserts for thousands of miles. It was one of humanity's largest construction projects. If anything could be seen from space, surely it would be this. Then the space age arrived. Astronauts finally left Earth and looked back. To the disappointment of myth enthusiasts everywhere, the Great Wall proved surprisingly difficult to spot. The reason is simple. Although the wall is very long, it is relatively narrow. From orbit, length matters far less than width. A structure can stretch for hundreds of miles, but if it is only a few meters wide, it blends into the surrounding landscape. The wall also shares similar colours with the mountains, hills, and deserts through which it passes. Unlike a brightly illuminated city or a massive airport, it does not naturally stand out against its background. Several astronauts have confirmed this reality. Some reported being unable to see the wall with the naked eye. Others managed to identify certain sections only under ideal conditions, and often with the help of cameras, binoculars, or prior knowledge of where to look. As for the moon? Absolutely not. At nearly 250,000 miles away, even entire cities disappear from view. Yet the myth refuses to die. Why? Because people love symbols. The idea that humanity built something so extraordinary it can be seen from the moon captures the imagination. It transforms an impressive monument into something almost mythical. Ironically, the truth is no less remarkable. The Great Wall does not need to be visible from the moon to inspire awe. It has already accomplished something far more difficult. For over 2,000 years, it has remained visible in human memory. And that may be the most impressive feat of all. If ghost stories gave the Great Wall its supernatural reputation, treasure legends gave it mystery. For centuries, people have whispered that somewhere within the vast network of walls, towers, and fortresses lie hidden riches waiting to be discovered. Some stories speak of gold, others mention silver, precious jade, lost military supplies, or secret imperial documents concealed during times of war. Entire generations of treasure hunters have searched for evidence, convinced that the Great Wall still hides secrets beneath its ancient stones. The origins of these legends are not difficult to understand. The Great Wall was never just a wall. It functioned as a military system stretching across thousands of miles. Watchtowers, signal towers, barracks, armories, storage facilities and fortresses were scattered along its length. Vast quantities of weapons, food, equipment and supplies moved through these outposts. Whenever valuable goods are stored in large numbers, stories about hidden treasure inevitably follow. One popular legend claims that retreating soldiers occasionally buried valuables near the wall to prevent enemies from capturing them. Another tells of imperial officials secretly hiding tax revenues and emergency funds inside remote fortresses. According to some versions, maps revealing these locations were lost during wars, leaving fortunes buried and forgotten. Naturally, the treasure is always just beyond reach. Otherwise, it would simply be called found treasure. Perhaps even more intriguing are the stories of hidden tunnels and secret passages. Many people imagine vast underground networks running beneath the Great Wall, allowing soldiers to move unseen from one fortress to another. Some legends describe concealed escape routes used by generals. Others speak of secret chambers filled with weapons waiting for an emergency that never came. The reality is somewhat less dramatic. Archaeologists have discovered storage rooms, underground spaces, and defensive features associated with certain sections of the wall. Some fortresses included hidden areas designed for protection or logistics. However, there is little evidence for enormous underground tunnel systems stretching across great distances. Still, the idea remains irresistible. After all, a structure as vast as the Great Wall almost seems to demand hidden secrets. People find it difficult to believe that every mystery has already been uncovered. And in fairness, some mysteries remain. New archaeological discoveries continue to reveal forgotten sections of the wall, abandoned fortifications, and previously unknown features. Even today, researchers occasionally uncover surprises hidden by centuries of neglect and erosion. Perhaps that is why treasure legends endure, not because people expect to find mountains of gold buried beneath the wall, but because the Great Wall itself already feels like a treasure. A monument so immense, so ancient, and so complex that it still manages to keep some of its secrets hidden from the modern world. Behind every legend of ghosts, hidden treasure, and imperial ambition lies a simpler reality. For most of its history, the Great Wall was home to soldiers, thousands upon thousands of them. While emperors received credit for building the wall, and generals earned fame for defending it, ordinary soldiers spent their lives serving in some of the most remote and unforgiving places in China. For many, assignment to the wall was not considered a reward. It was closer to exile. Imagine being sent hundreds of miles from your home, family and friends to a lonely watchtower perched on a windswept mountain. Winter temperatures plunged below freezing. Summer heat baked the landscape. Supplies arrived irregularly. Entertainment was limited. Very limited. When your daily excitement consists of watching the horizon and hoping nothing happens, even counting sheep can start to feel adventurous. Life along the wall revolved around routine. Soldiers patrolled sections of the fortifications, maintained defensive structures, repaired damage caused by weather, and monitored the frontier for signs of danger. Signal towers allowed messages to travel rapidly across great distances. Smoke signals during the day and fire beacons at night could warn nearby garrisons of approaching threats. In theory, it was an efficient system. In practice, much depended on the men operating it. Many soldiers stationed along the wall came from farming families. Some were volunteers. Others were assigned through military obligations. Not all were experienced warriors. A surprising number spent more time repairing walls, transporting supplies, and maintaining equipment than actually fighting. Yet danger was always present. Raids could occur with little warning. Frontier conflicts flared periodically. Harsh weather claimed lives. Disease spread through isolated garrisons. A soldier might survive years of military service only to fall victim to illness or exposure. Loneliness was perhaps the greatest enemy. Historical records and surviving writings suggest that many soldiers missed their families desperately. Some spent years without returning home. They watched seasons change from the same towers, staring across endless grasslands and wondering what was happening hundreds of miles away. Chinese poetry often captured these emotions. Poets wrote about soldiers standing guard beneath moonlit skies, listening to distant winds and longing for home. These works transformed the frontier from a military boundary into something deeply human. Because behind every section of the wall stood countless individual lives. Some became heroes, most did not. Most were ordinary men performing difficult duties in difficult places. The Great Wall survives because of their labour and sacrifice. And while legends often focus on emperors and monuments, the true story of the wall cannot be told without remembering the generations of soldiers who spent their lives guarding the edge of an empire. When most people picture the Great Wall today, they are not imagining the walls built by Qin Shi Huang or the ancient fortifications of the Warring States period. They are imagining the Great Wall of the Ming Dynasty. The towering stone walls, massive watchtowers, steep mountain fortresses, and dramatic landscapes featured in photographs around the world largely date from the Ming era, which lasted from 1368 to 1644. Ironically, the Ming rulers built the wall after learning a difficult lesson. Military victories do not last forever. The Mongol Empire had once conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty. Although the Ming eventually drove the Mongols from power, they never forgot how dangerous the northern frontier could be. Mongol forces remained active beyond China's borders, capable of launching raids and threatening settlements. The Ming response was ambitious. If previous dynasties had built walls, the Ming would build stronger ones, much stronger. Over the following centuries, enormous resources were devoted to strengthening and expanding the frontier defences. Engineers redesigned vulnerable sections. Stone and brick replaced many older earthworks. Watchtowers appeared at regular intervals. Fortresses guarded strategic passes through mountain ranges. The result was one of the greatest construction projects in human history. Workers hauled materials across steep ridges, carved pathways through mountains, and erected fortifications in places that still seem almost impossible to reach today. Looking at some sections of the wall, it is difficult not to wonder who first examined a near-vertical mountain peak and confidently announced, "Yes, let's build a fortress up there." Somehow they did. The engineering achievements were extraordinary. Walls followed the contours of mountains with remarkable precision. Defensive systems allowed rapid communication between distant garrisons. Watchtowers provided observation points overlooking vast stretches of terrain. Important passes became heavily fortified military centres capable of resisting large attacks. Yet despite all this effort, the wall was never an impenetrable barrier. No wall in history has ever been perfect. Enemies occasionally found ways around it. Corruption sometimes weakened defences. Poor leadership could undermine even the strongest fortifications. In one of history's great ironies, the Ming dynasty ultimately fell not because the wall collapsed, but because political and military crises inside China weakened the empire itself. When the Manchus entered China in the 17th century, they did not smash through the Great Wall by force. A gate was opened. The lesson was clear. Walls can stop armies. They cannot always solve human problems. Still, the Ming builders achieved something remarkable. They transformed centuries of frontier defences into the iconic monument recognised around the world today. The Great Wall became more than a military structure. It became a masterpiece of engineering, determination, and human ambition carved directly into the landscape itself. For over 2,000 years, empires have risen and fallen around the Great Wall. Dynasties have disappeared. Armies have marched across its passes. Watchtowers have crumbled. Entire sections have been swallowed by deserts, forests, and time. Yet somehow, the Great Wall remains. Not merely as a physical structure, but as an idea. That may be the greatest mystery of all. Most ancient monuments eventually become relics of the past. People admire them, study them, and move on. The Great Wall is different. It continues to capture imaginations across cultures, continents, and generations. Part of its appeal comes from its sheer scale. Human beings naturally admire ambitious projects. The Great Pyramid, the Roman Colosseum, and the Great Wall all inspire the same question. How did people accomplish something so enormous with the tools available to them?